It was kind of both, Tover. What's up? Wife came in like right at like a little bit before 11. I laid there, chatted with her for a little bit, watched a YouTube video, got up, had to feed the animals, clean the cat box, take out the trash. And then I microwaved some pizza. A little bit of both. Nothing crazy. Oh, bro, this is the type of shit, Topher, that drives me insane when it comes to video games. Here's a patch notes, right? Fixed UI typos. Because that's important in your video game. That's important. Oh, that's actually really good. This is good. I like this. I saw it. I don't even remember what it was. I'd have to open it again to remember. But like, how is this a priority? Like, this is cool. This is cool. Sure. Disconnects curves. Okay, sure. But I feel like all of this could be done with like something else. I feel like you like when it comes to a patch notes for me, you should do one a week, best you can, right? Fix one thing. Work on one thing that's actually game critical, right? That's game like maybe like quality of life or something, right? And then add those small little things in, like whatever you can fit in before the end of the week. You work on the one big thing, and then you fix some typos, you fix a, you change it from a sphere to a cylindrical or whatever. Like the quick, easy things you add in at the very end. But bro, like what is with the... Yeah, what is this one again? Okay, I saw this, but I didn't actually click on it. Okay, obviously I have the sound off, but I don't remember this. Maybe I clicked on it and didn't actually play it. Do I even want to know what's going on? I don't even know what's going on. Without the sound, I don't know what's going on. I don't remember that. I saw the message. I know I clicked on it, but I don't know if I actually watched it. Oh. All right, so I'm torn on which character I want to play and for what reason, because I have two things I want to get done. Oh, got you. Rage! So I have two things I want to do. I obviously want to speed farm maps and try and work on a second Mage Blood. But I want to work on my Block Glad to try and sort him out. I have so many ideas to try and get him to a position of where I want him. Well, thing is, working on him requires me to run maps to get currency to build him, right? Which he can't really do, right? That's what I'm trying to get him to. So what I want to do in an ideal world is I want him to be like my Righteous Fire Explodey dude, but I want him to be a Glad. a block glad instead. I want him to have that extra layer of block that this guy doesn't have. In order to do that, I have to drop a regen and sustain, and block replaces all of that. So I feel like it's almost tankier, even though it has less regen. But there's multiple versions I can go with him, right? So I'll give you a quick little showcase over of what I'm talking about. I know you don't know much about the game, but I'll give you a quick little showcase, right? This is kind of currently what I'm playing the character as, somewhat. Like I'm obviously I don't have this, and I haven't tattooed everything, right? I'm trying to eat pizza too. So in this form, which is what I'm currently running, but they focus on damage, right? They focus on putting as much damage into the build as possible. 79. What? And then with all this damage comes a survivability, right? So they rely on like life leech, low regen, 99 block. That's kind of like their survivability, right? And it works. It's good. The damage kind of carries them, the leech kind of carries them, and they stay alive. The problem I have with this is I have almost just as much leech as they do, with less damage. I occasionally die to degen. Oh, stream streak, hell yeah, let's go. So degen is the problem because I don't have enough regen. So to fix that, I was like, okay, let's get more regen. So instead of tattooing his damage to get more damage, I was tinkering with switching this to life regen nodes to give me more life regen. Makes sense, right? So it basically puts me at over 1,000 life regen, which is better, but I don't think it's quite enough. So what ends up happening is when I'm fighting those mobs, if there's degen, the mobs die, and then before the next mobs are hittable and leechable, I die because I don't have anything to leech on because everything's dead. So that's the problem I'm having with this version. It just doesn't have enough regen. So I was trying to tinker with a way to get enough regen on the build that I survive between waves and kind of fix that one glaring issue. Now, in order to fix that, I feel like I almost need a different chest piece. But right now, this is what I'm rocking. I'm rocking the no crits with fizz damage taken to Spire, which makes it really tanky. I don't really want to give this up because that fizz Spire significantly helps you stay alive. Only 3 strength tattoos isn't enough, though. I need to be way higher on life regen to counter the problem I'm having. So, obviously, it depends on the combination of things we get, but typically, the Blood Altar is killing us. I don't know how much damage this thing does, but it absolutely destroys us. Like I said, while we're leeching, we're fine. But the second the mobs are dead and the leech starts to fall off, before I can start leeching again, I die. It just does way too much degen, and it just fucking kills me. I've died to this in Grueling Gauntlet 5 times in a row. There's nothing I can do to fix it. Now, that's not even saying it's being comboed with anything else, right? It's not being comboed with like reduced regen, wherever that went. It's not being comboed with reduced regen. This I can't run. I mean, I could run this by itself and just relying on leech. I could, as long as I didn't have any degens, right? If I had no degens, I'd be fine. But if I have this or this, I'm pretty much cooked. If I have that reduced regen. So the goal is to be able to run both of these, which basically means I need to counter 15% of their max life as fire damage per second. And then 10% of max life energy as physical damage per second. If I can counter both of these, the only worry I have is if I have reduced regen and one of those, or this one. Because I think this one does more damage than the ones below. Oh, man. But anyway, yeah, so I'm just... That's what we're trying to fix. Now, the other glaring problem I have is my current build does not have this. It doesn't have this, so I don't have a chance to get explodes for wave clear. So that wave clear is kind of missing. When I kill one mob, it doesn't explode, helping us clear the screen a little bit faster. Like I said, there's a few glaring things with the current setup, and I'm trying to get the current setup kind of in place to see if we can tweak it to make it work, or making the decision to switch back to the fire version and try to make the fire version work. But one thing I did decide I wanted to do, because like I said, I wanted to kind of hybrid between Righteous Fire version and the Block Glad version, is I want to add Righteous Fire to the build. Sounds dumb. I agree. But instead of gaining damage from tattooing all this fizz damage, since all my skills are spell damage, Righteous Fire gives me a 40% multiplier to spells. It's actually stronger than adding a bunch of tattoos. But it has the added benefit of giving me area damage around me when I'm not being hit. So if I'm running by some mobs and they don't hit me, or while I'm waiting for them to hit me, I'm already doing damage to them while I'm waiting, which helps clear them a little bit easier, faster, more consistently. But the damage is so low, it basically does nothing while I'm in poison form. When I switch back to fire form, and I pick up like fire multi and stuff, it'll help. Because if I have fire multi here, maybe I pick up some fire damage over here or something. Or maybe, you know, I wouldn't pick up this because of that, but, you know, maybe I pick up this. Maybe I pick up some fire nodes. Maybe RF does a little bit more damage. Maybe it'll help with like wave clear a little bit, map clear. And that's the thing, is like my current form cannot map. I have to charge into a group of mobs, wait for them to eventually attack me, then I retaliate, then I kill them, then I move on. With RF, if it has at least like 25 to 50k, I can kill white mobs without having to rely upon them punching me. So I'm kind of leaning towards switching back to the fire version and making that work. But with Righteous Fire running, I need more regen. Right? Because if we look at my current character, with Righteous Fire running, and I have to have my flasks running, I have a net regen of 300 with a total regen of 600. So regen is enough to keep Righteous Fire on at all times without getting hit with reduced regens. As long as I don't have reduced regens, I'm fine. And I have a lot of leech and everything, so all that's good. My damage is good. My Righteous Fire damage is pitiful at best. Yeah, 2,000. It's really terrible. But the regen is a little low, right? 300 regen, a little low. That's to counter a lot of the other regens. I need to get a lot more. And this is where I was thinking, okay, we tattoo everything. The life regen puts us to about 1,000. And then The nice thing is that when we make this swap, we'll be picking up the bleed one again to get guaranteed explosions, just having against a bleed with a skill or whatever. And then we end up dropping this. So we lose a little bit of damage from this, but we gain conk effect back. So we lose this, but we gain this. Right? So that gives us a little bit more net regen, plus the tattoos and everything else. So this kind of helps. But it's still not quite enough. So if I go in and then, like I said, we tattoo everything with life regen. All right, we'll just do them really fast. And you kind of see where I'm like sitting at. Like, I don't know how much regen is theoretically needed to counter the physical degen that we're running into. But I'm shooting for like 1500. I think you can do this one. I don't know why this one's not. Oh, it's because it doesn't. Okay, it doesn't. This doesn't allow me to take effect of it, so I forgot about that. There was a faster way to do this. And I'm not gonna do these two because I'm gonna be removing this. So I think this is all the strength tattoos. Right, because these are gonna get removed and these are gonna be replaced by that timeless jewel. I'm pretty sure that's all the strength tattoos and net recovery of 11 of 1,000. So not quite where I was hoping to be. I'm pretty sure swapping these two. This is 250 life regen. I'm pretty sure switching to this brings us up a little bit. Not by much. It's like like 80 regen. But this is almost 1100. I mean, from here, once we drop this, these 2 points, these 3 points, these 4 points, this point, we can then we'd obviously use that to go into like fire nodes or cluster nodes. Basically trying to pick up more HP where we can, or more damage or regen. I think if we got more HP, like we picked up these here, to give us even more damage from this, because this is going to switch from chaos to like fire. But this is kind of like what we're looking at, right? A decent amount of regen, still have a bunch of leech, and all the other defensive layers are in place. I kind of like this. Just haven't really. Like I said, it's tinkering. I have to try one version, see what I dislike about it. Try another version, see what I dislike about it. Try and make a happy medium. It's a lot of effort, but this is why I'm kind of stuck on what I want to do. Because if I get on my righteous fire, I can map blast, try and find currency, try and farm div cards, try and farm up my own mage blood. Because one of my goals was I want to farm my own mage blood. I would love to get my own mage blood, but I can't do that on my block glad. But my block glad is the one I want to play because I want to figure it out. So this is why I'm torn between the two options. But I do like this swap. Our regen will go down though, because once I put this timeless in and I grab this, I'm gonna lose the effect of the strength that I do have. Those 100 strength I still have, which is more like 80, will be gone, so I'll lose a little bit of total HP. And then we want to add in the Blood Notch to the build. Blood Notch would be huge for us. They give us more life sustain when I get hit. And then when it comes to flasks, we want the regen per second. Curse effectiveness we might not need, because we have a bunch of ant nodes. And I think there's 6% each. So 6, 12, 18, 24, 30, 36, 42. Not quite curse immune, but it's pretty damn close. We have one here. So yeah, I'll say we won't need a curse immune flask, because with Conk Effect and that will be curse immune, so we won't need the curse. We'll need the armor still. Avoid freeze. Probably worth getting a freeze immune flask. So I think that's like the only thing that really can cuck us. I mean, technically Ignite could cuck us too. Same with a shock, but we are shock immune. The ring makes us bleed immune. We have a jewel for corrupted blood. Well, we're gonna get a jewel for corrupted blood. And then actually, no, we have boots for corrupted blood, so we don't need that. So we're fine with that. Poison is a problem. So we need poison, ignite, and freeze. Those are the three we're missing. But if we make the change to fire, we need an ignite flask. A good ignite flask would give us roughly, let's say 65 ignite chance. We need to get, I mean, technically we don't even really need ignite on the fire build, because ignites are nice and it's additive damage. Because when I apply ignite, it's a little extra damage. So I mean, it's worth getting ignite. Ignite chance, I guess, is worth it. But like an ignite flask, a regen flask, a armor flask, and we have one flask open. And the one I'm thinking is, there's a mod that says, I think I have it on this guy. Maybe not. Did I replace it? I'll just show it. What up, Jet? So the mod that I'm thinking about putting on my last flask is 50% of damage taken from hits is leached as a life during effect. So if my flask is always active, and if I have this as a mage blood, it'd be about 29% of damage taken from hits would be leached as life. So since I have perma-leech, this would be huge. So anytime I get hit, it's kind of like having a blood notch, right? And then if I have blood notch on top of that, that's roughly like 60% of the damage I take is going to be healed back to me. Like, leech is a little slower than blood notch, I think, or roughly around the same. But this is huge. And if we combo blood notch plus that, obviously, I think this would go away. No, so this is a different build, but if we also were over here to pick up fire in this life, we can go over and pick up this, and this is another 30%. So that's like pretty much 90% of all damage I do take would be healed to me over time, which would help with degen. But I wonder if it's even necessary, because if I'm blocking 99% of all attacks, I'm barely ever getting hit. So the one time I do get hit, I'd regen a bunch of HP. Is that worth the investment? That's where I'm a little like lost, right? Is it worth the investment to pick up something like that? What up, Edge? I don't know. That's kind of like where I'm at. I don't want to map blast on this guy, but I also want to get my block guy set up to map blast as well. Like I said, if I can get his RF up a little bit, to where I can actually map blast on him and do the ulties, that's kind of like the best of both worlds that I'm shooting for. Because this guy can map blast, but the ultis are hit or miss if it's successful. He's pretty good at it, but his clear is not nearly as good as the block cloud. This guy needs work too. Like at the end of the day, like this guy needs a little bit of work. Like I need to drop this wheel here and then grab the thing here. We can't edge. Yeah, I'm done. But I need this so I can tattoo everything. I think I need like a corrupt immune jewel as well, which is stupid expensive. I want to be able to drop this, but I don't think I currently can, even with the mage blood. I can't remember. Because I think if I take off this, yeah, I'm at 81. This gives us a 9. We're like just at max with this. Like obviously if we got a slightly bigger one of these, instead of +2, we got a +5. Be a lot more expensive. So the extra +3 would allow us to drop this. This whole wheel could go. And then if we did this, we could drop the int and the dex node. Yeah, I don't know. There's just like some tweaking on this guy we could definitely do. I'm just kind of lost at this point. Like I want to do the tweaking, but it's like so much effort that I'm like, do I really want to put the effort into doing it? Ooh. Oh man. All right. Pizza's almost done. Thanks, Edge. Fancy. Why is your map device like coming all over the screen? What's going on? Control that shit. I think there's a like a thingy back there, Edge. For you. It was locked. I couldn't pick it up. It was one of those little like seed pods. There's a little seed pod thingy. That thing. The worm gives. I think it was a Provenish one, but oh, that's kind of sick. Did you get one of those earlier, or did you just get that? That's crazy. Let's go. From one of those boxes?
Flesh is weak. I need time.
Pathetic. I
That's crazy.
Thoughts and motion.
Within our grasp.
I'm trying to stay on the other side so the flame link goes through him.
Encroaching death. Within our grasp.
The time has come.
Oh, Edge, I actually killed Shaper last night. Z opened up a Shaper, didn't realize what she opened. She needed help.
The elements converge.
I don't have a flame link on anymore.
Eradicate.
Are you intentionally not flame linking me?
Chaos made flesh.
I mean, I can see that.
Frost shadow realm. Chilling sorrow.
Impale the husk.
Oh, that was scary.
Within our grasp.
Unravel. The wheel turns.
Yeah, so I'm trying to decide what chess piece I want to use on the block glad. Because I kind of want
Chaos.
a brass dome for a crit immunity with little investment.
Many become one.
But I also kind of want the doppelganger. But I can't have the doppelganger with the brass dome vestigial
Foul mistake.
because the doppelganger is restricted drop.
The breach hungers.
What do you mean, Edge? This is the outcome. I'll show you.
Eternal. Burst forth.
You see this list?
Ruin within.
Where's this list? Hold on. You see this list?
All
List of corruption implicit modifiers. Equipment. This list. This very, 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 very long list is all of the things. Now, obviously, some are for swords, some are for one-handed, some are for axes, swords, maces, staff, war staffs, daggers, rings. There's a bunch of ring ones. You have to find the corresponding thing you're looking for. So if you want boots, you just gotta like look at boots. It's a very long list.
is all.
But one.
We must harness the swarm.
The flesh
It's a very long list.
melds.
We become one.
I mean, there's more. There's a longer list for the implicit e-cores and stuff. That is actually a longer list, but it's a long list.
Frost.
I mean, it's not as totally. You're standing in degen. You're standing in degen. Yeah. It's not as long as a lot of other things, and it's not as long as it really seems. Like I said, because everything's broken down into different equipment pieces. But you go to the list. You go to chest piece or body armor. You scroll and look at all the options. That's what you get. Obviously, it can brick. It can turn yellow. It can do nothing. It can go negative.
Obliterate.
Or it can go positive. The positive options, there's a lot, but that's really everything it can do.
We hunger.
I mean, it can get socketed gems are supported by, I'm pretty sure. Let's look.
Decay.
'Cause I'm not really doing much anyway. Alright, so body armor. It can do reduce chaos damage taken. Not too terrible. It can do reduce cold damage taken. Okay. Reduce fire damage taken. Increased damage. Percentage. Oh, this one I see all the time. +1 to the level of socketed gems. Hilarious. On a Comb's Heart, that's just hilarious. Lightning damage taken reduction. Max res, not a terrible one. Additional physical damage reduction while stationary. And you take 50% reduced extra damage from critical strikes. That's probably one of the best ones. But that's actually the list itself. I think there's only like 6 or 7. But there's one on here that's not actually here. And it's magnitude. It increases like the magnitude of what's on it. I was hoping it would talk about it. So yeah, so once again, reduce chaos damage. This is the list you're looking for. Reduce cold. Reduce fire. These are the ones we talked about earlier. Increased damage. Socketed gems. Lightning. Max res. Additional physical damage. Reduce crits. These are legacies. This doesn't matter. I was looking for, like, where does it tell you about the magnitude? Because I know magnitude is one of them. It just doesn't actually appear as a mod. It just increases what's on it. Because if you look at... I'm just going to join for the help, I guess. Don't flame link me just in case I die. But yeah, if we just go into Comb's Heart and you just search by life, that's the only way you hit these 1400s, right? So they corrupted it to hit a magnitude increase, and then they also added the enchant thingy that gives it 15% more explicit life modifier magnitude. So you have to double that down to get these 1400s, right? Without the enchant, I think it's 13 something is max. Yeah, you see how like these ones are only 1368. They didn't hit the double corrupt or the full like big version of the double corrupt. You know, 1357. It's not a max version, right? 45, 34. Like there's modifiers in the background that aren't actually like present to show you what the max roll magnitude could be. And the magnitude one is one that you just don't notice, right? You can't see it as like a in your face kind of number. You just notice that the number goes up from 1,000. Yeah, like this one right here. These ones right here. This is what I'm talking about. So they corrupted it. right? And it hit a 1220, right? 1220 with just a corruption. And then from the 1220, that's when you add the magnitude, right? This only had an 8% magnitude, but you hit the magnitude enchant, and that's where it pushes it up over. But I think you have to magnitude it before you corrupt it.
The avalanche thunders.
And I think when it corrupts, it has a chance to drop the magnitude, which is probably what happened to these 1200s.
We must harness
Probably had the enchant, and then they corrupted it, and they lost it. It's just a pain in the ass, bro.
we become one.
That's what I'm wondering. Because the double corruption for 1300 HP is cool and all. But because the extra 1300 HP is massive, right? But for utility purposes and like maybe simplicity's sake, there's much better options, right? Depending on what you're trying to do. If you were to do the Comb's Heart with a brass dome vestigial,
The breach.
Another failure.
Another iteration.
like this, in my opinion, is probably almost better. Because 50% crit damage reduction allows you to free up some spots. Not a lot, but like, yeah, you could get more HP out of it, right? You could get more HP out of it. Instead of 1,000, you can get up to like 1,400. HP would give you more damage and more HP to work with for survivability and regen purposes and stuff. But 50% reduced damage from crits, I feel like is pretty solid. I'll look at a few other things in a second here. Give me a second. Maybe not a total of 3. Because I'm trying to think of which ones would be the best ones to do. You got a mystery gift up here. Mysterious gift. I don't know if it was for everybody or just me, so I just picked it up. I'll drop it in the boss room.
Wait.
Because I'm assuming you have this 4-point here, which is 50%. Got 30 and 20. This is 50%. And then you have this one down here, which is another 30%. So you could drop this one if you don't want these nodes, because these are HP nodes. This is 12% life. So if you already are taking this for the life, you're only saving 1 point here, which is 30%. But you could also drop the 20% from this.
The time has come.
Maybe not. I don't know. Because you're already at 100%, aren't you? Yeah, so I mean, you just drop the one passive there. Now, what I was thinking though is you could tattoo the rest of it. Because I think it's int tattoos. Yeah, you're at 80% without the chest piece. Right? So you drop this, you would be at 50. The chest piece would put you to 100. You'd be good. But if you wanted to save more points, you could drop this full wheel, right? Which is 50%. So you'd be at 30 with this. Plus the 50 would put you to 80. You would need 4 tattoos, and you'd be at 100%.
Many become one.
And you would get 4 points back for 4 tattoos. What up, Juke?
The flesh
Do you see what I'm saying though, Edge? Dropping 4 points, putting 4 tattoos in, having 100% crit reduction, and just keeping this one down here since you're already going to go through it anyway. Makes more sense. Obviously it would require you to pick up the Elegant Hubris, the tattoo, unless you didn't need the intelligence. If you didn't need the intelligence, you could just tattoo it anyway. That's perfectly fine as well. But that would be pretty useful. You do have the alternative. Instead of reduced crits, you could do it would be probably ridiculously expensive. Physical damage taken. Is taken as lightning. Problem is this one is like from hits. But I think that's the one people are rocking. 25% of physical damage from hits taken as lightning. As you can tell, it's a mirror. What is this one? You can also do this one, which is cheaper, but it's 5% less. But it's this corruption hit horribly. But this one's a lot less expensive, but it's 5% less as well. So the 25% is the lightning coil, the 20% is cloak of flame. Yeah, because I'm thinking like the less crit saves you 4 points on your tree, which is really nice. And it just in place of 4 tattoos, which is fine. If you do the other one, I think you're still out those 4 passive points, and you still need 4 tattoos to get to 100%. But you do gain the added benefit of 20% of fizz damage taken as fire, which is a lot stronger as a defensive layer. It's like one of the strongest defensive layers you can have, because fizz damage is always going to be the weakest point of a build. So that's the only like caveat I would say. Oh, the shit. It is you take reduced extra damage from critical strikes. I mean, I'm literally looking at it, Edge. I copied and pasted you the stat filter. I searched, and it's right there. Just like, is it? I'm pretty sure it is. I'm gonna get some water. Give me just a second. Alright, I'm back. Okay, I have a question for you guys. Does anybody have an idea? I don't know if he has an AG. Juke, I mean, you're not wrong. Edge, I forgot if you are running an AG. Yeah, you can get crit immunity from the AG, which would then allow you to take a slightly better one. Oh, your AG dies a lot. Well, maybe you focus on survivability of your AG, because what would make... There's a specific setup that makes the AG basically unkillable. What is the chess piece again? I was trying to look up the one again. Because according to Google AI, to make your Animate Guardian basically not die, you need the stupid expensive Mask of the Stitches. But you need to have a lot of ES. So the AG needs a bunch of ES, and the way to combo that, according to it says you needed to combo it with like a chess piece that grants max life as max energy shield. And they give a couple examples, right? Like a veiled version or Fructus Pelt, Doppelganger, stuff like that. Just gives it a lot of like regen. Like a Doppelganger probably wouldn't be terrible, but Doppelganger is the chess piece, right? And this is also a chess piece. So trying to make it unkillable with just other gear, like helmets, basically, boots and gloves, I feel like it's not doable. And since you're not, like, that's the problem, Juke, is like keeping it alive. What is that helmet? The Hollowed Monarch. It gives link skills that target damageable minions. Your linked minions take less damage. On killing a rare random linked minion gains modifiers. That's kind of dope. But would that be on him, or would that... I mean, I don't hate this. For 50% increased light radius as well, for more damage. And then they take like 75% less damage. That's actually insane. What helmet are you rocking right now, Edge? Yeah, 50% increased light radius is nuts. Yeah, because right now you have a life roll. You have a huge fire roll, but this gives all elemental resistances, so that helps with resist. You obviously lose the life roll, but you gain a bunch of armor, which is fine. This has a lot of evasion on it. I don't know if you need evasion. I don't know if you need the spell suppression. But you lose a little life. You gain radius, like light radius. So, I mean, it's kind of a net pot neutral, I feel like, at that point. You gain the light radius to lose the HP. You gain probably a little bit of armor. But you gain that... you gain the all res, which is nice for gearing, and you gain the 75% less damage. And then you can get crit immunity on your AG, and hope he does. Obviously, at that point, hopefully he wouldn't die. And if he does, it's something really juicy, I feel like. I don't hate that option. And then, like you said, you can get a different Combs Heart. Um, and it's not too expensive. I mean, it's probably more expensive when it's not corrupted, but like, I feel like the thing you're looking for here is linked minions take less damage. Yeah, like, look at that. 150 uncorrupted. What if we did... What if we put our max roll in here, but said it can be corrupted? Never do this right. There you go. 1 div? I mean, that's not terrible. I'm not opposed. I don't think you should be opposed to a 1 div upgrade or helmet. 1 div helmet for 75% less damage. And like the fact that it's corrupted doesn't, I mean, it matters because you didn't get a corruption on it. That's good. You didn't get a good corruption. I mean, this one's better. 5.5% of fire damage leached his life. So when you get hit by fire damage, you at least leech some life back. It's like not a terrible one. And you're just spamming me. Why are you spamming? I mean, if it's cheap, why not? I'm gonna say it's worth trying. I do like that the Link minions gain its modifier for 60 seconds. That's pretty dope. Alright, so then you just need a garb, right? For your AG. 1 div. I mean, unless you get like something with better implicits. I don't know. I said, yeah, you can look at maybe some better implicits. If you're really interested in that, you know? Spend a little extra on like a better implicit. I just don't know what would be a good one. Because like increased energy shield kind of feels meh. Like block chance is kind of meh unless he's got a decent block. And I don't think he has any. I feel like it's just get the cheapest one because none of these are looking good. I mean, obviously we're in the cheap ones. It makes sense why they're all trash. I mean, I would just get one, I guess, just to try it out. And that way he can keep on the Leer cast, he can keep on the Dying Breath. He has the chest piece for that. And maybe you put some boots and some gloves that give him some sort of like sustainability, survivability, or whatever. This is you? Yeah. So you're rocking, yeah, the light radius amulet makes sense. The helmet for the light radius. You got a basic comb sword. Did you not? Are you not interested in getting a vestigial version, Jogus? But this, and then you just got 5% life on block, physical damage reduction, chance to block, spell block. Yeah, this is a pretty insane shield. +3 to socketed gems, insane. You got flame link, and yeah, that's nuts. That's a nuts ring. That's crazy. That ring's fucking crazy. The +3 with the +2 on the tree, and do you have the rune graft as well? You have the rune graft that gives +1 to all non-exceptional gems. But yeah, you got Dying Breath, Leercast, the Garb, the gloves. Oh, it's for the max life, 16% max life. Oh, Legacy of Fury actually huge. I forgot about that. Yeah, Legacy of Fury huge to get the explosions or the whatever, or they're scorched or whatever, you know. The only thing I think so how do the Legacy of Furies work without the gloves that count as him getting the kill? Jugas? God, I can't stop sneezing today. Thank you. It's driving me nuts. Yo, you could actually gravebind vestigial those gloves. Yo, that's actually insane. So you could get these gloves, the soulbounds, with the gravebind vestigial. That's actually nuts. You can get this as a vestigial. Do you? Yeah. Well, I was just looking at like the ones he had, the gloves he had. He has the soulbound or whatever. Because soulbound is kind of nice because it gives you max HP. This is a ring though. Oh, am I looking at the wrong thing? Oh, south. South. Okay. I was like, what? I like these as an option because it's got max life. They're expensive for max life, but it makes sense. You drop these on, that way everything counts as him killing it. He gets the explosions from the Legacy of Fury, helps you with map clear. He gets the max life for survivability. And then obviously the helmet you're wearing helps with survivability. Legacy of Fury for clear. This for everybody to be crit immune. Clear cast for more damage. Your Merc has Headhunter. Wait, what? Oh, because of the helmet or whatever. Yeah, but what I was getting at, Juke, is if you got this with the Gravebind, but you don't want it to have Gravebind, right? Because you want your Merc to eat all the things, right? You want your Merc to have all the positive buffs or whatever. Is that why you're doing it that way? I just feel like Scorch is kind of meh. Oh wait, are you using a Kineticist where he's doing like fire damage? Because then Scorch would make sense. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. I'm thinking for Edge, it might not make that much sense for the Legacy of Fury right now because he's rocking the Manny Shot, and it's all cold damage. But yeah, rocking a Headhunter on your Merc kind of nutty. Oh, Fireworker Puppy looks so cute with his little stuffy.
There are times we must forget, and times we must forget.
Cute little stuffy. Hmm. Remember when Legacy of Furies were expensive? Oh yeah, I didn't look at that jewel that you got earlier. You posted it to me and I didn't click on it. I was busy. Is it worth anything? Yeah, Juke, that's kind of crazy.
They are here.
The flesh is
Oh, you did check.
weak. I need time.
Pathetic.
But yeah, that gives you crit immunity and you can drop all those crit points now, Edge. That saves you 5 passive points. And you don't need to do the tattoo either. Yo, that damage though? What the hell did you do? Why's your damage like insane right now? Oh, the helmet. The 50% light radius? Is that why it's fucking going crazy right now? Bro, that's crazy. Yo, you need to get the amulet. Yo, get the amulet. What? Are you rocking the fucking... the amulet?
The breach.
The 64% light radius amulet? The rot mouth? Yeah, you rocking that? That's crazy. That's fucking nuts. That's fucking nuts. Oh, 61, that's fine. Do you have a ring with plus the gems in it?
Winter's envy.
Bro, that would be huge too.
The wheel turns.
I think we should get you a +3 ring. Yeah, I think we should get you a +3 ring.
The flesh.
One thing that I think would help you, which I don't know if it's necessary. I think it would be worth it.
Converge.
I don't know if like anybody else is doing it, but the hubris.
Wreathed in light. Thoughts
He's rocking like a glorious vanity
In rage, the avalanche thunder.
to give himself
nears.
Zest is all.
this.
But one.
Wait, no.
Harness the swarm.
He's converting, I think this. I think he's getting that here.
The
50% of non-cast damage bypasses energy shield. Gain max energy. So he's doing this to get like, I don't know the reasoning for this, but he's doing this.
The breach.
I don't hate the idea, but if you did an elegant hubris and you got rid of the necessity for your stats, yes, you lose some HP because of the strength that you're losing, but you wouldn't need stats in your gear anymore.
Within cross. Burst.
Hey, what's Divine Shield do again?
Another failure.
Another iteration.
Oh yeah. And then you regen ES based off of the fizz damage you take. I mean, it's not a bad combo. I like the combo. It's probably really tanky. Never really personally used the combo.
Step into the light.
I know a lot of people do use it, and it's pretty tanky. I'm just trying to think, like, I don't like just doing what everybody else is doing. I like to do things like the way I typically like to do things. And I really like the idea of being able to tattoo. Because there's a lot of good options with tattoos. Like a lot of good versatilities and changes. Okay, run over this fucking loot goblin, bro. Trying to talk and I was looking at the item, I was like, I'm trying to click on it, and he just runs over and snatches it from right underneath my mouse. Not like I wasn't gonna give it to him anyway. He's like, I heard a tink, I'm coming for it. It's mine. But like, I'm just trying to think like tattoos, right?
Wake. They are here.
The flesh is weak.
Let's look at a list of tattoos, right? So like,
Pathetic.
for strength, right? We got
Bury them.
Thoughts. Many become one.
which they were like in order. So you got armor, which is okay. You got regen for survivability,
The wheel.
chance to block attacks. You can get the block cap pretty easy.
The time has come.
Right, like those are options. I don't think these are a thing anymore. But yeah, like, so I mean, there's not great red ones, I guess. There's the life regen one, and then there's block. Not terrible.
We are eternal. Frost shall overwhelm.
Max energy shield, but if you're not rocking energy shield, it doesn't matter. You could help yourself with curse immunity.
Fracture. The wheel turns.
I mean, some of these intertwine with unique jewels, which could be helpful. Your block is expensive, yeah. So is the Herald one.
The flesh demands.
I'm just trying to think, like, for a character that you're playing, right? Like an Orobot, are any of these tattoos like decent? And I feel like not really, not for the build setup. I feel like tattoos just maybe don't make sense, which would make sense why you guys are, you know, people would not run the elegant hubris.
The avalanche thunders.
But there are like the dream
Zest is all.
things. You can have it, I don't care. There are like the jewels, like this one, right? Like light resistance or elemental resistance, and then radius also grant maximum energy shield, right? There's the fire ones, things like that. So you have options with the with the different uniques that could be. Yeah, I was saying, yeah, fire res plus the red res. That's what I was saying. Like, you have combinations like that that could make some tattoos actually worth it. But I'm just trying to think, like, what would be the best one for this build specifically? Because I feel like the only two things that are really going to make this build good, or at least stronger, would be more damage, basically. And the only two things that I know that give it damage is life and light radius. And I don't think there's one that does light radius, and I'm not sure if there's one that does life. Science.
The dreamer welcomes you. Yes, just like that.
Trash. Trash.
She will soon bear fruit.
I'm out of money. I'm out of money. Yo, we got some 84s though. Speed. What speed? Yo, what up, mate? Got a little nap in you? Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm doing good, mate. I'm doing good. I slept in a little bit today. I got up at like right at like 11-ish. Then took out some trash, did a few chores, and then jumped on stream a little bit late, but it's fine. All right, what are we doing, Edge? What are we doing? What are we doing? Your character is like smacking bosses now, so what's going on? I think we need to get you a... I think we need to get you a +3 ring. How much would a +3 ring... How much stats do you need? Like, can you drop stats in your rings, or are you kind of just like set? Your rings need to have that. I know we have more hives. I just want to chat while we're doing them, right? So just plop them in and we can just go to the boss and we can chat while we're... I don't think you need to move a whole lot while we're doing the boss fight. That's the thing, like, it's huge dex, huge ent, right? Like, there's so much stats on both of your rings. Yeah, Flame Link plus Empower is just as strong, but I feel like it takes up an extra gem slot, and having like a +3 ring actually frees up 2 gem slots for you for some extra, you know, linkages. So you're not so link starved. I mean, yeah, well, I mean, Empower or the amulet, I mean, or the ring are both basically the same thing. Because the ring gives +3, and an awakened Empower or a level 4 Empower basically does the same thing. But like, if you were to like look at empowered support, and you were to go to like gem level 4 to get 3 levels, it's 2,000 chaos. If you were to do an awakened Empower and a gem level 3, still 2,000. Wait. Yeah, 22. It's 2,200 or 2,300 for +3 levels. And then regular empowered +3 levels, it's 2,000. Like, so you're still at like 2,000 C for +3 levels when you could just get it on a ring. I feel like the ring might not be as expensive. Because isn't 2,000 C like roughly 10 divines? I mean, it's not that expensive, but
Frost bites. Be undone.
The flesh demands.
Foul mistake.
47 sushi, making that progress. Hell yeah, mate. You gonna attack him, Edge?
Flesh birth.
Oh, so you can see all your buffs up here? Yeah. I wish the UI was a little adjustable. I wish you could pull the bar down. Like, let me hold control and drag this bar, right?
Zest nears.
Zest is all.
But one.
We must harness the swarm.
Wait, what does the bar being in the way have to do with generating charges?
We become one. First,
Oh, honestly, Edge, you might as well just cast it on cooldown.
The wheel turns.
For being honest, just cast it on cooldown.
Breach hungers.
we hunger.
The problem with that skill though is it has such a long cooldown. You either need to get the exceptional support, which reduces the cooldown recovery, to make it come back faster. That's worth nothing. So it doesn't have such a long cooldown, so you can spam it and keep the uptime, or you need to increase your duration. Get increased duration on your endurance charges, so they last longer. Yeah, I mean, you could Warlord Spectre, you're right. I don't know what, I think he's rocking something else. I actually like running this boss since you don't actually lose XP if you die. It's just I don't have a bossing build, so it's really slow for me to do this kind of boss. But it's chill for me to just stand in the middle, have added extra damage for people.
Wake.
Uh,
We are here.
The flesh is weak. I need time.
yeah, I like the setup right now, Edge. It's looking good.
Shall bury them.
We just gotta push you a little bit further.
Become one.
And you gotta obviously put a little better gear on your guy.
Impale the husk. The time has come. Rupture. The breach hungers.
We are without end.
I mean, it just depends on what's on the guy already. Like, I think rings for your mana shot could be a good increase, right? Getting weapon elemental damage, added flat damage probably, fire res, attack speed, like things like that would be pretty good. I think he needs a quiver still, doesn't he?
Demands.
Oh, for your ring, gotcha. I think the plus to levels on your flame link would dramatically increase your damage. Okay, so yeah, I think your quiver's pretty good then. Yeah, that's pretty solid.
Wreathed in light. Thoughts
Because I think the only thing that's missing is
The avalanche thunders.
like fire res if it needs it. I don't know if it needs it, but fire res would be good because of the fire res stacking that we were talking about the other day.
Swarm.
But it might not be necessary.
The flesh melds.
We become
Oh, you have another stacking yet? Oh, okay. What is your specters? Anyway.
let
Frost.
rain.
Oh, you don't have specters anymore? Why's that?
Obliterate.
Ruin.
I mean, can you link all of the specters to AG and your dude? Or at least one specter? Because I know you can link me. You just wouldn't be linking me anymore. You'd be linking a specter. Like, how many links can you get? I don't know if there's a max link. I mean, Juke says you can link them all. Because I'm thinking, like, why don't you, now that you have the helmet, right? They shouldn't die as much. You would think, right? Try putting them back in. Because, like, bro, like, I mean, I don't dislike the idea of the perfect warlord, right? So, POE, perfect warlord. I can't remember what that one does off the top of my head. Share endurance charges with allies. Uses mortal call. Uses endurance. So, question, Juke, does that guy actually maintain 100% uptime of endurance charges then? Okay, yeah. So if he so that would be a good one then, Edge. If he can maintain endurance charges for you, then you can drop enduring cry, and he's gonna share it with everybody anyway. So 1200C. I mean, not cheap, but pretty strong. Yeah, I mean, he's less than the Empower. But I mean, that's pretty good. And he's got vitality. Yeah, I mean, buying him now and then watching him die all the time would be annoying, but having vitality plus endurance charges that he shares is pretty huge. I mean, granted, it's only like 3 endurance charges, right? Because I think he only has a max of 3 endurance charges. Or is the max based off of your max? I don't know. I don't really know how he works all that much, but that would be cool. You could always do like the turtle as well. The turtle would be sick. You're doing the forest warrior? I think the tiger was another one he was rocking. Oh, onslaught and culling strike. That's pretty sick. Yeah, turtle is mad money. Turtle, I saw that the other day. It was mad money. Isn't it like sort of a G or something? Gargantuan turtle, yeah. 800C, I mean, that's not terrible. But the 5% physical damage reduction and determination is not terrible. You need more M for 2020 Spectre? Oh my god. Bro, elegant hubris, telling you. Fuck min-maxing. Elegant hubris, simplify everything. Yeah, like the forest warrior for the onslaught and it has culling strike is pretty dope. For cheap 14C. That's not a terrible option. For testing purposes, right? And if you like it, you can keep it. I think having culling strike as an option is pretty good. Also, I need to. Where'd the guild stash go? You're hiding it from me. Over here in the corner. Hey, it looks like you did some cleanup. You did some cleanup, Edge. Why is that in there? That's trash. It looks relatively empty in here. Yeah, we can finish clearing this out so we can fill it back up with currency and hopefully start getting some more inscribes. I have a handful of inscribes to run to make some money back. Alexa, shut up. Did anybody hear me talking to that stupid AI? Like, just Ryan was like, oh, you want money back? Oh, you want me to make something for you? I'm like, shut the fuck up. I wasn't talking to you. I like how it tracks your stuff. This is hilarious. You've only looted 59,000 since you picked it up.
Would you like a cup of water?
Yo, man, I
You
just
look thirsty
hydrated.
as
I'll do it
fuck
again.
right now.
Psst. What are we psst-ing about? Oh, you got turtle. Let's go. Determination, determination. How much armor do I have with him around? 37,000 armor. Let's go. Come over here. I'm only at 23,000. 37,000. Almost 38,000 armor. Let's go. And then if you link me. I'm pretty sure your link, doesn't your link actually help me too, or is it minions only? Because I don't, do I count as a minion when you link me? For your helmet? It says, you're linked minions. I don't know if I count as a minion. Well, that one line says linked minion. Your linked minions take less damage. Oh, so the Merc doesn't count either? Okay. So that's a little shitty. That it's only the minion, but it does keep your guardians alive. Yeah, because it guarantee keeps your guardians alive. Your guardian and your specters. That's pretty sick. Doesn't, I mean, your Merc shouldn't have many problems staying alive. Bro, does the turtle actually keep up with how fast you're going? That's the only thing I dislike about the turtle, is he's always so slow. And I'm always curious on like how, if he's able to like keep up to the armor is like on you at all times. So I'm saying, he's so slow, but like if you're on a boss and you're AFKing anyway, it's fine. I'm just curious on like how are you supposed to keep that, like how, like he should teleport to you when you get far enough away, but I feel like the uptime of him being on you is pretty limited unless you're AFKing on a boss. Like if you're just standing there not moving and you like convocate him to you or something, or he auto like teleports to you while you're standing there. But in a situation like this where you're just like, all right, chilling right in the middle of the room and you want to like be tanky.
They are here.
The flesh is.
That's the only problem I have with the turtle, is he's just so damn slow.
Pathetic. I shall bury them.
Look how slow he is.
Many become one.
So what'd you end up getting? You got the turtle. What's the other one? Did you get the forest guy?
Here comes.
Oh, the warlord. Okay. Yeah.
Frostbite. Fracture.
So you spent like 2,000 C on 2 specters
The time has come.
instead of 2,000 C on a +3 flame link. Makes sense. The arrow tattoo? Yeah. I mean, we can always make money by buying inscribes.
In all things, decay.
Rend asunder.
Ugh.
Roots core. Branches fracture.
Turtle's biting chunks out of him, bro.
Frost shall overwhelm.
He's biting that ass. He's like an alligator snapping turtle. Chomp. Chomp.
Undone.
Chomp.
Here comes.
Chomping that ass. Build's coming together though, Edge. It only took you, what, 3 weeks after League launch?
Winter's envy.
The flesh demands.
Foul-born mistake.
And 3 builds later. I mean, isn't it more like 4? I think you have 3 characters, but you like redid a couple builds.
Essence unbound.
Because you went from like totems, to crabs with multiple different skills on the crabs
Eradicate.
to like something else.
Death unrelenting.
Oh yeah, we did otters into chains.
Great delight. Thoughts become form.
Undulating in rage. The
And then we did this guy.
Zest.
And we've just been tinkering with this guy.
zest is all.
But one.
We must harness the swarm.
I mean, I'm kind of in the same boat though. We did RF, like regular RF, into cast on stun RF, into cast on stun RF with different skills instead of the normal ones. Back to the original cast on stun.
Of ice.
And then we did Death's Oath for a little while with a little tinker in there. Couldn't really make it feel the way I wanted to. Now I'm thinking about changing that to cast on stun. That might make it feel comfortable. And then we switched over to the Block Glad, and we've been tinkering with the Block Glad. We went from like traditional fire version to now like a poison version. We might go back to the fire version. Like, I just can't settle this league, man.
Of ice.
Like, I could have easily just played this guy and been completely content the entire league. But seeing the Block Glad piqued my interest where I wanted to make him work. Because if I can get that character to be somewhat of a hybrid between my my Righteous Fire map clearing and the survivability and AFK-ness of the ultimatums of the Block Glad, if I can kind of hybrid those two together, I would be super happy. Because the Block Glad has good map like potential for killing the mobs. It's getting the damage to actually proc is the problem, which is why I want to add Righteous Fire to it to give it like some map clear potential. By ancient fish? What the fuck does that even mean? What are ancient fish? It seems fishy. Do we need to rock a fishing pole so we can catch some ancient fish? Do we need to like prop our feet up and go fishing? The fuck is that? I've never heard of that. Oh, well, let's get up in here. Let's get up in here and start smacking this bitch. But yeah, I like my side project, Edge, once I finish my Block Glad, is I want to tinker with the Death's Oath a little bit and see if we can get him like kind of cooking. Right? Because I think I'm liking the theme of this cast on stun survivability aspect, and I'm wondering if cast on stun Death's Oath could be cool using just straight up chaos skills. Right? We use like maybe like ED Contagion to like let things spread, and then we use Bane to apply like a bunch of curses and stuff with a more degen, and then we use Soul Rend. That would be kind of sick. You needed a mix up? Why? It was fine. You know what you should try to do, Edge? You should try and kill Maven. Why not? Alright, how about we go and kill Elder and we try and farm some Watcher Eyes? How about that? You want to farm some Watcher's Eyes? Or how about we start small and we just do our Searing and our Eater invitations? I mean, we could always do that. We could always just go buy a kineticist and then fail it. Or get disconnected. Nightmare map suck balls. So the best way to run a nightmare map, and the only way to run a nightmare map until you get stronger, is to use a Scarab of Dextral comboed with Scarab of Sinistral. It will guarantee you roll a map, like whatever the map mods are mean nothing, because it nullifies the prefixes and the suffixes. It basically means it's a white rarity map with no mods. It simplifies the map significantly. You want to buy a kineticist? Yeah, let's price check a kineticist. Infamous kineticist. I don't know if there's a difference between an infamous version or a non-infamous version.
Covering us in a quilt of his abundant understanding.
Did I just disconnect to get away from me? Oh no, you went in here. I thought you disconnected. I was like, oh, did I trigger him already? Because I know haste is one of the auras you want to run. Like the kineticist should have the haste aura. I know that's kind of a guarantee. I know it wants returning projectiles for sure. I don't think it needs to have pierce, because you can get pierce on an item. I don't think those are worth anything. But it needs to be greater, and it needs to not have rain. Kinetic rain is bad. So what do we got? So how do we search for these? That is the question.
The flesh is weak. I need time.
I'm kind of curious.
Pathetic.
How do you search for these?
Shall bury them
Thoughts and motions.
within our grasp.
Mercenary haste. Okay.
Wheel turns.
Frost bites.
Mercenary.
I'm done.
The time has
I'm
come.
gonna do this and then change it from flame dash to kinetic. Blast? Start with that.
Frost shadow away.
What's the other skill? It's kinetic blast and something else. Because you don't want kinetic rain. Is it kinetic bolt?
Let frost rain.
Within our grasp.
I think it's kinetic bolt of clustering.
Frost bites.
I think this combo is what you want,
Here comes.
but I don't know about the rest of it.
Demands.
Foul-born mistake. The elements converge.
Like, I don't remember what's good and what's not.
Wreathed in light.
Did you not want to play for a bit? Yeah, some of those really suck.
Undulating in rage, the avalanche thunders.
Zest nears.
Zest is all.
But one.
We must harness the swarm!
The flesh melts.
We become one! Rend!
Asunder.
Essence!
Unbound.
Let
Frost.
rain!
Oh, it says avoid skills like kinetic bolt. Interesting. Huh. It says kinetic blast of clustering is like its best, I think. I don't know, I'm so lost on these, man. Start of heat stroke? No! So according to Google AI that takes information from other things is the main attack is kinetic blast of clustering, right? And then you needed to have haste and inspiring cry. And then it says avoid kinetic bolt, power siphon, kinetic rain. So my question is, if you're avoiding those, what's the other skill, right? Because we have kinetic blast. Do you want both? Kinetic blast of clustering and kinetic blast? Because I know Z sent me the cheat sheet a friend of theirs sent them. And according to that cheat sheet, it wants greater kinetic blast and greater kinetic blast of... Because I couldn't find greater kinetic blast of clustering. I don't think that's a thing. I don't think greater kinetic blast of clustering is a thing. Yeah, I don't think greater kinetic blast of clustering is a thing. I think it would be both of these with this. And then they want you to have inspiring cry. So something like this. But the skills down here matter, right? Because this has greater pierce. But there's no returning projectile. Is return what I'm looking for? Is return what I'm looking for? Do you know, Edge? I think something like that is what you're looking for. And you see, bro, that shit's like 30 divines. Like, look at this. 30 divines because it has return on this. And then it's got like weapon damage with attacks. So it's got WED built in. Greater crit damage, so you need to have crit chance. Added lightning.
We are without end.
This one's added cold. Added lightning, faster attacks. And then this one's added lightning, added cold, LE damage, faster attacks. Like, so some of these are really insane. If you want Edge, we can Merc farm. We can just map blast and Merc farm. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
The storm consumes. The flesh demands.
Foul for mistake.
Roots coil. Branches fracture.
avalanche thunders.
Zest nears.
Zest is all.
But one.
We must harness the swarm!
The flesh melts.
Vibraxa.
Obliterate.
Rend.
Asunder.
Death.
Unrelenting.
Rend. Shell. Roots coil.
Launch its fracture.
First.
Fourth.
In another failure.
Another iteration.
Alrighty then. We're back. Well, I mean, they say it's a thingsy, but fucking POE Trade doesn't even see it. Bro, how is it 102 outside? What the fuck? What are you, like, living in, like, fucking... the fucking jungle? The Amazon rainforest? That's crazy. That's too hot. But, like...
They are here.
let's just pull this over so I don't like lose what I was searching. But greater kinetic, like if I just type in greater ken, right? The only one it sees is greater kinetic blast. There's no greater kinetic bolt. Typing in kinetic bolt, the only thing it sees is regular kinetic bolt. So like what?
Frost bites.
It doesn't make any sense.
Be undone.
The time has come.
Rend asunder. The elements converge. We are eternal. Burst forth.
The breach hungers.
Frost shadow away.
Yeah, so even on this thing you sent me,
Storm of
Z, there's no greater kinetic bolt. There's greater kinetic blast of clustering, and then kinetic bolt. There's no greater kinetic bolt.
Pierce the vessel.
So that doesn't exist.
fracture.
But this is greater kinetic blast.
Our grasp.
I feel like going kinetic blast of clustering though. Isn't there a greater kinetic blast of clustering? I think this is all wonky, bro. Oh no, okay. So they have greater kinetic blast, but then they have kinetic blast of clustering. Okay. Yeah, so you'd want kinetic blast of clustering. And you wanted to have return.
Undulating in rage, the avalanche thunders.
Zest nears.
Alright, you obviously want haste, you want inspired cry. This is actually really cool.
Harness the swarm.
I don't know if this really matters. It could probably help. You probably want something like that
Become one.
for the elemental damage with attacks.
Rend.
Asunder.
I think it needs multiple prod as well. I think multi-prod.
We hunger.
Yeah, bro. Fucking expensive. 50 divine already.
We are eternal.
I don't know what you would want after that. Like faster attacks maybe. Like something like this is what you would want.
Within.
And you don't want it with kinetic rain.
Another failure.
Another iteration.
But it's mostly about just getting this juiced and avoiding kinetic rain. Because it's always going to have weakness and it's always going to have flame wall. But these are variant and these are variant. Interesting. I mean, that's a cool little thing people are rocking. That someone came up with to price check things. Bolt is bad. I mean, rain is bad. So what are your other options, Duke? If you have to have 2 attack skills, what 2 attack skills do you pick up? Like, you obviously want kinetic blast of clustering, but what's the other one? Because they say avoid kinetic rain at all costs. And then you're left with barrage and kinetic blast. Yeah, you get greater kinetic blast of clustering, but you have to have 2 skills. I've never seen one with only 1 attack skill. What's your second attack skill? I mean, unless there are ones that don't have 2 attack skills. Oh, okay, got you. So you want both kinetic blasts of clustering. Is that even a thing? That's interesting. Okay. Wait. Hold on. I've never seen greater kinetic blast of clustering. I've seen greater kinetic blast, but I've never seen greater kinetic blast of clustering. And everything I have looked at doesn't even have that as an option. Like, you can even look down, like on this, like this isn't obviously the best thing to show proof, but you got regular greater kinetic blast, and then you got kinetic blast of clustering, and then you got regular kinetic bolt, right? So are you looking for greater kinetic blast and then kinetic blast of clustering combination? Because this isn't greater kinetic blast of clustering. It's just greater kinetic blast. It's not clustering. Because people keep calling it KBC. But it's not KBC. It's KB. There's no C. People keep, like, there's like cheat sheets people came up with. Like, I'll show you another one. Like, this one. They say, oh, it needs to have greater kinetic blast and greater kinetic blast of clustering. But there's no such thing as greater kinetic blast of clustering. This is why I got confused, right? Because, like, people keep saying greater kinetic blast, but it's not a thing. Oh, not, sorry. I keep mixing up. They keep saying of clustering, like a greater of clustering, but of clustering doesn't exist. And then when you look at this, there isn't a greater kinetic blast of clustering. There's only greater kinetic blast. So that's why I was curious. Okay, yeah. So you want greater kinetic blast, and you want kinetic blast of clustering. You want both of those. Okay. That's what I was wondering. I was curious on what the second skill was. Because everybody wants the clustering, but they don't want, like, rain or bolt or probably barrage. I'm assuming, like, what you said, like, they want the greater specifically. So you have just both kinetic blasts. One's clustering and one's non-clustering. And they kind of, like, work together. And I'm assuming, do you want return on both of them? Or does it only need to be on clustering?
Wreathed in light, thought becomes form.
Undulating in rage, the avalanche thunders.
Zest, nears,
Zest is all.
but one.
We must harness the swarm.
It's like, this is where I get lost. It's like, I don't know what we're really looking for.
The flesh melts.
We become one. Rend.
Asunder.
Yeah, KBC is better. I was just curious. Does it need to? Do you want it on both of them, or does the greater KB not really matter?
All things.
Like, does support gems on that one not matter all that much? Because you're only focused on the greater.
Another failure.
Another iteration.
Sorry, you're only focused on the KBC, and you're not really caring about the actual GKB. Sorry, the words are so similar, it gets very confusing when you're talking about both of them back and forth. Okay, so that was my curious question, because, like, when you look at some of these, right? Oh, I closed it. But when you look at some of them, it's like, okay, well, they both have support gems, but are we, like, trying to get good support gems on both of them, or are we only focusing on one of the skills and the other one doesn't matter? Like, so on and so forth. So that's kind of like what my curious question was. Okay, that answers my question. Edge, what do you want to do?
The Genesis tree accepts your offering.
I can't remember, is it 3 or 5? 5. Okay.
Beware of the enemy. Hello again. I'll see you again. Greetings. I'll see you again. She will soon bear fruit.
Oh, that's cool. Are you going to bed soon, Edge, or did you want to map blast a little and see if we could find you a kineticist? Okay. Yeah, the only problem with map blasting is your turtle is, like, non-existent. Tuesday? Okay, yeah, I saw the picture from what was it? Topher, I think, posted it. Looks sick. Okay, just because it's small doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Okay, Edge? Don't gotta be mean. If you don't have a scrying orb, if you haven't scryed it yet, I mean, I still would say probably Jungle Valley, honestly. Just because you don't have to worry about the boss spawning into the map, so you can actually take advantage of the altars. And then make sure we're running Eater, not Searing, and then we should be good. That way we have a chance at Divine Altars.
You don't stand a chance. Make your choice. Not the first blood, won't be the last.
Would you like a cup of water? Because you look thirsty as fuck right now.
Yo, Topher! Thanks for the hydrate, man. Yeah, finish up these abysses, Mr. Single Target. Seven days to die? All good, man. All good. We just chilling. So I still don't know what to do with my 11th character since the masterclass we got was a Divine Knight and I already have 2 DKs. Wait, do I have 2 DKs? I'm pretty sure I have 2 DKs. Yeah, I mean you're cucked no matter what you do at Topher. You don't technically have to kill the boss if you don't want to, but Yo, Edge, I think one of your map atlases needs to be changed to the 8-mod map farming setup. So you can actually farm yourself your own maps. Oh, you do have one? I mean, I know this one's Mercs. I was just saying, like, that way you don't have to worry about needing to have to drop maps. Keep going. You know, we need to get you a Maven kill, Edge, so you can scry the cage over. Another day's project. You should try to do that solo maybe tomorrow. Maybe farm up and get your Empower, and then see if you can nuke a Maven. You'll die a handful of times to memory games, but I mean, Edge, I saw you do the memory game in what was it, Hades the other day? Let's not talk about it. What happened? Did I kill you? I don't think I killed you. Oh, the Merc killed you. I was like, what happened? Bro, this one has so many chests. What the hell are going on? Hey, don't blame me. I didn't do it this time. Got a memory tear over here. Did you die again? Wait, the turtle randomly died? What? That's interesting. Can you not resummon the turtle though? I thought you could resummon him. Granted, the turtle dying kills you, right? So that was like the problem in that situation. Oh, you have to actually find the corpse now too? Oh god. You have an invitation in the boss room too. Where did he die at? There's so many damn corpses. You died like right where the body is here, like where all the loot is. You died like right here. Cause like you died and then all the loot just dropped. But he doesn't mean he was near you, right? Because you're linked for like 5 seconds and he's slow. And you were zooming around in circles like a madman. So it's like I have no idea where he would have been. I feel like you were running up from down, but who knows where the fucking turtle was. And how easy he's going to be able to tell, like, between all this other stuff on the ground. That's kind of annoying. Just go by the forest one. Get yourself Calling Strike. He's only 14C. Kind of annoying. Wow, really? That's what killed you? That's dumb. Okay, remove that skill from your bar. I think he's gone. Because I don't see him anywhere. Like I said, obviously there's a lot of shit on the ground. So it's hard to see. Alright, well. And I go. That's unfortunate. I just want to find you a kinetic bolt or a kinetic blast. Yeah, I figured you wouldn't be able to desecrate it because it's one of the special ones. That's annoying. So one of the things I hate about specters is they're just so tedious. But if your Spectre was to just die organically to damage, won't he come back in like the next zone or something? Oh, yeah, that's what I thought. But since you resummoned it and you overwrote the turtle, that's what fucked everything, right? Bro, the timing of this Enduring Cry is like 1 second shy. That's crazy. So I got a perfect timing. What'd you end up grabbing? What is he? Oh, you got the warrior with calling. Okay. Yeah, because it gives onslaught too. So attack speed, movement speed, cast speed. That's pretty sick. So you if you get the kineticis on top of that, him having onslaught and haste. No, so what happened, Juke, was he accidentally hit alt and in his summon Ray Spectre, and he overwrote the turtle while he was running through the map, which killed him because the turtle disappeared and died. And then when he came back in the map, we couldn't find the turtle anywhere. So he just removed Ray's Spectre off his bar, so he doesn't actually do that again. It was very unfortunate. Also, mate, yeah, I mean, I remember I was in that boat where I was being lazy and I was just like kind of just only doing sushi for a while there. I just said, fuck it. Yeah, I was like an 800C oopsie, but it's fine. But he ended up just getting the Culling Strike Onslaught one that you were using, that you were talking about. Bro, Juke, I can't even express to you how much money we have wasted between the two of us buying buying Spectres over the different leagues. It is insane how much money we have wasted on Spectres. Especially since before they didn't come back when they died. So how many freaking Hydras we've gone through in the past? The Hydras, bro. We lost so many Hydras in so many leagues. Oh my god, dude. The Hydra fucking fiasco was rough. Bro, that onslaught's fire. I'll be going zoom. What do we got? Quantity? Can you do negative res? Can you do minus 50? Alright. I'll try not to take too many of them. Maybe we don't combo that with Fizz's extra cold. What do you think? You know, it's not negative 50 res total. It just reduces your res by 50. I'll do it. I don't give no fucks. Go hit that chest. Go downstairs and hit that chest. I'm already at 0 XP. It's all about the quantity though, man. All about the quantity. I just wish you had a Scryed Orb for this. Yo, Juke, do you think you can do a Maven carry? Because Edge needs Maven for the bottom right Void Stone. Yeah, why couldn't it roll back on that one, right? Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, Juke, I mean, I'll pay for the invite if you can run it. So Edge can get the Void Stone. That'd be very nice. Because I feel like Edge could probably do a Maven fight. Maybe not right this minute, but soon. But I feel like he's almost there, but not quite there. Probably could do it if you really tried, but oh, you did. You popped. You popped pretty hard. Oh, the forest guy. Yeah, I mean, I think that's gonna be a problem you're gonna run into. Is I think your specters might randomly pop here and there. Yeah, maybe you don't link them. Maybe you just link your merc, but then they die more often. I don't know. That's a questionable thing, because if they keep dying, you're just gonna keep popping. Because if you don't link them, then they take a lot more damage and they're more likely to die. All right, let me buy an invite really quick. Juke, you want to add me to friends really quick, or just a party invite or something? That was the Maven invitation. Or you already have some? Oh, that would be nice. Can I get your character name and I'll just throw you a party invite? I know you linked me your build earlier. I just don't remember it off the top of my head. Also, I forgot to look at that build you sent me yesterday. I found it. I wanted to look at that Slayer build you sent me yesterday. Oh wait, no, this is a different build. Where was that? Didn't you send me a Slayer build yesterday? Oh no, that would have been Jet that sent me a Slayer build yesterday. Is it? Oh, that's the. Is it?
If you're real nice.
Oh yeah, this is the okay, that's the Slayer build. I wanted to look at that, but I forgot to look at it yesterday. I accidentally closed it. Yeah, when you got a second, just. Oh, that's you? Okay. I don't need it, but Edge needs it. Yeah, that thing. So just let Edge know when, like, just type a letter in chat or something, any chat. That way he knows to join. Type any single thing. And he knows when he can join and whatnot. Unless you just want him to come in and die. Alright, while you do that, I'm gonna go check my maps.
You've left something valuable in the device.
Holy damage, Pavitt! Yeah, hopefully you went in, Edge. I wasn't paying attention. Wait, how don't you die when the AG and them die? Isn't it supposed to kill you when anything you're linked to dies? How do you prevent yourself from dying? That's interesting.
Maybe if I attach several blades.
That would be huge. Oh, one div. Let's go. That's the one thing that's fucking over Edge right now is he's died a handful of times just because his specters are dying. Obviously, he killed himself once, but oh, so it's one of the ascendancies from the Scion. I can see that being helpful. Well, that's what he was saying, Edge, that when they die, he doesn't die. That's why I was curious. It's like, oh, how do you accomplish that? And that was the response. Need to go farm some more maps. Yeah, because, like, let me pull your build back up really quick. This is your build. And you're rocking. Hold on. Watch this. So you're rocking. Of course, it's in the damn way. A permanent, and then yeah, if your merc skill, if your linked merc dies, the link owner doesn't die. But I'm assuming you have this, Edge, because I'm pretty sure you have Golden Glory. So you would have both of those. And then he's also got the legendary belt and legendary ring. Let's look at what else you got here. So you have this, and this. Yeah, I don't doesn't make sense. What does this turn into? The 30 dex node. Question on this one. Are you using it for the bottom part? Grant an equal chance to gain endurance charge on kill? Because don't you have permanent endurance charges with your Great Spectre? Okay, I wasn't sure if you were using it for the bottom part or just the top part. Wait, how are you gaining life from that? Because this is giving endurance charge on kill. Did you put the wrong one in? Is this your old one before you got the Spectre? Okay, I was like, why? I was like, why are we using endurance charge on kill here? You have the Guardian. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, so you got block, all res, block, block. You got hella block. I don't know what this one converts into. But you got the double life wheels here. Can't be stunned, more life wheel, blood magic, life, huge life, more life, endurance charge, the link skill, damage recouped his life. This is an interesting one. And then more life. I'm not seeing anything that would prevent you from dying. Wait, why do you have this? Is this for the intelligence? Because it's outside the radius of this. Wait, what? Is that what this gives? The energy shield mastery? Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay. I didn't see that. That is really hard to tell that you have that, but couldn't tell. That makes sense then. Okay. So I was like, that's outside the radius. What would be the point? Yeah, I like this. This is insane. Like I said, obviously, other than changing this one out to the life one, and not knowing what this turns into, I honestly don't see in here anywhere that should prevent you from dying. When your specters die. Because I'm assuming you're linked to them. Right? It would make no sense why you wouldn't link to them. Oh, that's sick. Your non-unique flasks apply to linked targets. That's actually insane. It's like everything else is kind of the same here. Not seeing anything like specific that like, I don't know. I'm kind of confused. No. You don't want the Jungle Valley one. So Jungle Valley means that it's going to scry whatever's on Jungle Valley to another map. You want the one from Cage to place it on Jungle Valley. So you need to run Cage as a T16 with that scrying orb Atlas passive. You need to have this, and then we need to run Cage to get it. And I'm tinfoil hat in here, but I'm 90% positive that they have to be Alkengode. I'm not even exaggerating when I told you I ran about 50 fucking white maps and I didn't get a scrying orb the other day. Not an exaggeration. I ran so many fucking maps, didn't get a single scrying orb. I ran like 10 yellow maps and I got the scrying orb. So we can either full clear these edge or we can just speed run to the boss and not really care too much about anything other than doing the mercs. I feel like as long as you're not using scarabs for like breaches and like the abyss and stuff, we can kind of just zoom through it and not worry too much about it. Mostly about just checking the merc as we run through and just getting to the boss. Because you just need the scrying orb. Once you get the scrying orb, we can go back to Jungle Valley. We can actually have chances at like getting apothecaries going forward. It's up to you. Like I said, I don't know if you are using scarabs to juice these maps. So I don't want to like waste any of your like currency if you are. That's what turtles are for. Oh no. Is that too soon? How did an ant get on my desk? That's interesting. I'm gonna have to go investigate that later. That's the first time I've ever seen an ant in my office. That's interesting. I've literally never seen an ant in my office before. Huh. Oh, gonna have to investigate that. Oh, I thought you got one on your first try, bro. I was about to be like, are you fucking kidding me? Map 2. Let's go. Like I said, I wouldn't worry about scarabing these unless you're scarabing for a merc. But I would just say speed run through the content as fast as you can. Check the merc, get to the boss. Okay, yeah. If you're not scarabing, I'm not worried about stopping for content. I will check the merc, and that's about it. Whatever dies, dies. Like between me doing some damage and you doing a bunch of damage as we run by, most things should die except for the abyss craters. The abyss craters probably won't die, but oh, how many mercs do we got to kill? I mean, I'll opt into him if you want to kill him. We got a memory strand here. I'll opt into him if I have to kill him. That's fine. I did see that every time I've completed a bloodline, like a trial master or the hive guy or whatever, I've noticed that it looks like we're completing another thing towards one of the challenges. It seems like. So I'm assuming for one of the challenges you have to do like all the bloodlines, or at least the majority of them. Maybe not select them, but you have to complete, like, kill the bosses for them. Also, Juke, thanks for the carry, helping us out. That's never been something I've been good at being able to do, is the Maven fights. Like, I've never made a build that can actually do a Maven fight. Like, RF, Maven is the worst.
You don't stand a chance. I know what I'd choose. Stay, go, I don't. Just be quick about it.
Edge, where you at? Are you like full clearing? Like, what's going on here? Oh, did you not pick up this memory strand? Still see it on my minimap. And then there's a chest it looks like you ran by here. I just don't know if mine's updating or not since I'm so far away. I don't know. It looks like it's there on my screen, but I could just be too far away. I'm just gonna pick this stuff up and work my way back to you. We still have a breach back here. And then we got a Merc here.
Make your choice. One shot, that's all I need. Right for sweet nine.
Oh yeah, here's the
Fine.
Scarabs I dropped.
Earned it. I'm in.
Yeah, I think it just wasn't updating. Because when I got closer, that chest disappeared.
If I were you, I'd take my sweet. I eagerly await the decision. You are my finest piece of hair. Oh, I'll do it. But I keep the bodies.
Whoop. Oh. Ugh. Guy has some hella HP. There we go. Onslaught finally kicked in. I saw him come spinning in out of the side of the. Still not what we're looking for. Ugh.
In his head, we can see more. We can see beyond.
I kind of like doing the abysses because it's just a lot of mobs and it's really easy currency. Even though we're trying to run through and get the scrying orb, these boxes drop so much currency. Because I normally just skip all content, but Abyss, if like there's Abyss like that, I feel like that's worth. Always div cards duplicate. Always, 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 unless it's gonna kill you. I guess the only option, like other better option would be is like if you have divine orbs as a chance to drop, or if you already have that one and you get double currency chance, double currency is pretty strong as well.
I survived the pit. You die here.
Oh, never mind. Let's get opted. I wish it. Whoa. Okay. TP down. I wish it like told you if your party like opted in or not. That'd be kind of nice. It's like I accidentally clicked on the mob and I was trying to close the window to opt in, and you'd already like clicked it to go. What died that time? Is another one of your guardian? There you go. Let's get out of here. Jungle Valley time. Now we can juice it, right? So the goal here going into this is obviously mercs and as much mob density as you can. So Breach is fine. Abyss is great. If you can add Beyond, that's huge too. Scarabs if you want. Anything that's going to add more monster pack size or more density or even higher rated mobs is fine as well, like yellows and blues. Anything like that, perfectly acceptable here. So the goal of this edge going forward is we're merc farming and we're trying to get as much quantity on the map as we can. Currency doubling, div card doubling, things like that. You're trying to drop raw currencies and div cards. So the more quantity, the better. Rarity means nothing. The only time you would want to grab rarities if it's comboed, or there's no other option, and rarity just gives us chances at mage blood drops. My maps? I mean, it doesn't matter. I think your maps are better because you have mercs in them. Mine just super RNG. Yeah, I mean, we can do whatever. Yeah. I don't remember what I'm running on this one. Hold on. This is Breach and Beyond, and then we want to add Abyss. Yep. So something. Oh wait. That's not what I grabbed. Something like that. So something like this. tons and tons of mobs. And we're just looking for altars while we clear the mobs. Now, technically, with this strat, you're trying to run like over 100 quantity maps, and if you can get maps that also have like increased currency drops or increased, you know, like scarab drops, stuff like that, very helpful. Because you're going to get a lot more currency, you're going to get a lot more scarabs, a lot more return on your investment. But you end up having to buy those maps from people because finding them yourself or rolling them yourself can be tedious and annoying. Oh, there's too much on my screen. I don't know what's going on. I can't see anything, so I don't know what's going on. I gotta like pick some stuff up or something. Just want the currency. It's too much. Bro, where are these yellows coming from? Oh, you hit the breach, that's why. I was like, what the fuck is going on? And then if you want to add more insult to injury, you throw in an astrolabe as well. And things just get even more out of hand. Did you die on me? I might have picked something that might kill you. I'm sorry. I try to pay attention to what I'm picking to see if they're too negative. But it's mostly Fizz is extra cold right now. The AG died? Oh, that's unfortunate. I think the breach bosses are probably not really for you right now. Like, I think that's the... Every time I've seen you die, you've died to a breach boss. Yeah, mine's set up for 2 spawns. Yep. That's what I'm saying. like if 2 didn't spawn, you probably would have been fine. But the last time we had a single one spawn as well, your AG died as well, or it was your Spectre. One of them died last time when we had the boss spawn. What is killing you? That was a Spectre. I was like, bro, like you just died. You were nowhere near us. That's a very unfortunate double death. Hey, I'm trying to make sure I'm not picking anything that's gonna kill you, honestly, or myself. The only thing that could be sketchy would be the fizz is extra cold. I lost my mouse there. But I tried not to pick chaos. I know chaos is rough for most people, especially me. I'm not fighting that thing. I think it'd suck it. Combo with some breach. Not too terrible of a map setup. It's just takes a while. I know it's not you that's dying. Your links, like, they don't have the survivability for certain things that I'm probably picking, and that's why I'm saying I'm trying to pick things that aren't gonna kill us, aka you. Because it's like your AGs don't have a lot of survivability. Your, Spectres don't have a lot of survivability. I'm not expecting your Merc to ever die, but the other ones, like, those ones are a little different. The AG and Spectres, I think, are a little different. I wonder if you need to have them set up to automation convocate, try and give them more regen and pull them out of situations more often. Because sometimes they just get up in there and they won't leave. Can you come kill this thing? I need your damage. Thank you. So no divs, but like I said, I didn't run extra currency map. This is just straight up 8 mod map that I had just laying in my stash. Didn't even look at it. I could roll these flasks to try and make some money off of them, but nah. But I mean, just look at all this bubblegum fucking currency, bro. Go night night. Everyone go night night.
Greetings. Go with courage.
All right, Edge, was fun. I'm glad your build's coming together. Oh. Yeah, 8 mod maps, they typically have over 100 quantity on them. But if you can get one with like higher pack sizes as well, that's pretty good. But most of them are like 30 to 40 pack size anyway. So you just get those. But if you actually roll like these ones, the T16.5s, see how there's like more maps, more currency. The only maps that actually get those options. So like this one's like 60% more scarabs with 47% more currency and 35% more maps with 100 quantity. Like these are where things get very interesting, where you start making some massive money. Start running like those with like 70% more currency or something, or 100% more currency, and you start seeing some massive shit. Anyway, just gonna keep on keeping on. Yeah, this isn't like specifically a money strat. That's why I'm not running 16.5s. I was just doing it for the pack size, quantity, you know. Try and get div cards to drop. Fucking moth, where'd you come from? God damn it! Just fucking came flying out of nowhere. Scared the fucking shit out of me. I don't like bugs. A fucking moth and it's fucking making me jump. It's just a damn moth. Not even one of those big scary ones. Just a generic bitch ass moth. Oh, super slow. Airdrops, let's go. Double in scarabs. Now we just gotta drop a good scarab. Double it. Oh, you're overwhelmed and uncomfortable. Why? Thought you were cute. Or she was trying to get something for free. Well, let's just go with she thought you were cute. She wanted you to slide up in her DMs. You're not wrong, Ed. You're not wrong. Could have been a dude. It could have been a pan. It could have been a dog. Not wrong. A turtle! No way! That would have been sick. Yo, can we get fusings at the wazoo right now? Yeah, 'cause I think the only problem I have with this character is he's a little lacking in survivability because it doesn't have block. And his cast on stun abilities just kind of feel a little lackluster at times, since all it is unearth, detonate, dead pretty much. I feel like it just doesn't apply enough blanket damage to like mobs while mapping. All about just stationary, like trying to fight like a boss. Just fine. I mean, what it's designed for. Makes sense if you're using it what it's for designed for. Oh. Bye. Talk to you later. I'm gonna die. Holy crap, these things hurt. Jesus. I think I'm gonna die to this boss. Which would be very unfortunate. Alright, so we need I think we need to tinker with the block glad. Like I wanna keep mapping, but I kinda wanna tinker with the block glad. Like I wanna get him to mappable, right? Like I wanna be able to do what I was just doing on that guy with this guy. So I'm trying to figure out how to set this character up, right? Because I feel like this is fine. I probably should take Righteous Fire off, manually trigger it when we zone into maps. But I don't know what else to move, because this needs returning projectiles to feel comfortable. I mean, we could always throw Frost Bomb on there because it doesn't need to have greater cascade, I feel like. I think Bladefall needs to have the cascade, but Righteous Fire doesn't need to be in here either. This is fine the way it is, and then this is fine the way it is. I feel like there's nothing we can really change here. I mean, we could get so we could move the Mage Blood over temporarily to refeng shui the points, so we can get rid of these points and these points. We can go and get the Elegant Hubris. We can pick up this. We can drop the extra stat nodes. We can drop these 3, these 2, and this one. It leaves us a bunch of points to work with. And then with those points, I think we could pick up this here. So this could take a little. I'm gonna switch this chaos one out for fizz damage as well. Fizz damage would actually give us a lot extra juice and damage. But maybe we switch that out. I need to get a large cluster because I need to get chance for explosions. Juke, do you know if the large cluster that gives chaos damage has chance to explode? Does that stack at 10%? Does this 10% stack if I get it multiple times? Like not the explosion percent, but the chance to explode. Or does each one of them roll its own separate 10%? So it's not like 10%, 20%, 30%. It's like 10% chance. Oh, it didn't roll. Another 10% chance. Oh, it didn't roll. Oh, another 10% chance didn't roll. So it's kind of multiplicative, or is it additive? So it should stack. So if I got like 3 of them, it should be like 30% chance to pop. Because that's the thing this is missing. It's missing the pops. Like, it kills things pretty fine, but I feel like if I kill a small mob and it pops, it helps with the yellow mobs a lot more, the yellow and blues. So it helps clear a lot faster, so I don't have to run into problems where I'm beating on like a hard to kill, a high HP mob. So I feel like maybe getting a large cluster. So this is my idea, right? This is what I kind of want to do with this character, and I want to see how it would like turn out, right? There's not much gear-wise I need to change other than the ring. But I want to swap this out for a hubris. Right? Want to swap that up for a hubris. I don't really care what it gives us here, so we're gonna drop those, right? Which means we're gonna drop this and these. So how many points is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then 6 points. So these 6 points, and then I'm gonna swap my belt out, right? Instead of this belt, because at the end of the day, this belt is like a stat stick, right? It's resist stick. So it kind of cucks our resist a little bit, but we can fix it with rocking these 4 flasks. And then when I get a Pro Genesis flask, I could swap this amethyst for a granite. But we're gonna use our mage blood. I'm gonna turn off this one for now, so it's just gonna be these ones. Because I just need to make new flasks. So we'll just make new flasks really fast. Because you can see my resins are good. So this means we can actually change out our helmet. Right? So we can get new gear. Right? I probably don't need the amethyst flask, since I can get all new gear and I can focus on trying to get stuff that's going to give us more damage or survivability. So more HP. I don't even know what else to really get, Juke. Pop frog shield. I mean, in theory, I don't need the crest. The crest is what gets me to 99% block instead of like 90%. Hold on. Let me actually, it's profane and then this. So the shield gets us to 99. Now, if we were to put on like just any generic ass other shield, so I mean, what's the shield called? We'll just throw it on and we'll show you. Hop frog sounds hilarious. Also, I want to change my light of meaning to fizz. Oh, of course, the video.
Hey, I built a urine purifier.
So, okay, he's looking at a chest piece right now. I see the shield, it looks cool, but what is it? Can you show me the shield? Show me the shield. Show me the shield. Show me the damn shield. Show me the shield. What's in the shield? Does he ever hover over the damn shield? When does he show you the shield? Is it the chest piece that pops? Because the chest piece just says skills cost life instead of mana, ores reserve life instead of mana. Random blood shrine every 10 seconds. Trigger explosives. Oh, it's a chest piece. Not a shield, it's a chest piece. I think it's called Waveren's Soul or something. Yeah, Waxen's Soul or whatever it's called. This. So 10% chance to trigger explosive toad when you kill an enemy. Pretty interesting. I mean, it's better, but it's not, in my opinion, because Brass Dome gives us crit immunity, which we can get elsewhere, don't get me wrong, but we can't rely upon like an AG to do it. And we can technically get it from corruptions or on the tree, or even some tattoos. But it gives a massive amount of armor, which is great damage reduction. It gives crit immunity, and we can vestigial it for fizz damage taken as fire, which is another huge damage reduction of survivability for us. Soul of Solaris, which one's that? Fizz damage reduction. Oh, chance to avoid ailments from crits. Oh, take no extra damage from crits if you've been crit recently. Interesting, but I still can take a crit. And yes, the minimal chance that I would actually eat the crit hit is pretty small. Because it's already a 0.7% chance that I actually take a hit. And on that 0.7% that I do take a hit before I've taken a crit, and that first hit is a crit, the odds of that happening are super slim. So, I mean, it's possible that this could be reliable enough that, yeah, we might pop here and there, but we're softcore anyway. Not a bad option. I just feel like 10% is kind of lacking. How do I have two? Whatever. Let's get rid of this one. I guess I had one open already. But 10% chance to trigger, and I don't know how much the toads do. Like, that's the curious question, right? We're to go in here. How much do toads even do? Skill hit damage is 0.
Would you like a cup of water? Because you look thirsty as fuck right now.
Yo, mate, thanks for the hydrate. So what exactly do they do? I mean, I think it's the toads from Ritual, I'm assuming, right? The guys that summon the toads that jump around and explode. I'm just curious why they do no damage. Unless POB doesn't have them built in yet. Right? Because if we go down to explosive toads, it literally says 0 damage. Why do bears walk around without shoes? So they can walk on their bear. You know, that is a really good one, especially if I'm playing Lord of the Rings and I'm playing my bear. That's a good one. I like that. I really have 80 max res. Oh, because we didn't put the flasks in yet. Okay. Anyway, so the idea here is Elegant Hubris, so I can tattoo. And I can drop gear that have stats, right? I can also drop reses, right? The goal here is to drop all of our reses leave on our uniques, right? Because our uniques aren't going to change. Also, I had a question about like your thoughts on the amulet when we get to that as well. Anyway, so let's just drop all of our yellows for now. So we are looking at reses like this. So obviously we're gonna do all of the res flasks. And then we're going to do that with increase effect. Not gonna go super, that's just what we got, right? So we'll add this to the build. So boom, we're already max res as long as we don't hit, as long as we don't have any curses or anything, right? Boom. That's actually insane. That we go from, I think our max is 80. Oh, it's 85. Okay. So we can drop some then. Oh, it's 85 because we have brass dome. Yeah. Okay, so this was the goal, right? So I'm pretty sure we can drop this and this. And then if we put on this, we still have 90. That's the goal, right? Boom. We're Gucci. So we still have 90. Now we just need to make the topaz and the sapphire. Ooh, not quite enough res yet. And then the sapphire. Okay. So we just need a little bit of cold, a little bit of lightning. And then chaos res on our gear. So we have 3 places to grab chaos res. I think if we get like 30% on each, that's what, 90. I should put us pretty close to cap without needing a amethyst flask. And then we will eventually get a progenesis flask, which will put us over cap, but give us the damage recoup to his life, basically. So that's the goal there. So at the end of the day, the last one I would think I would do is a granite. And that's just for the armor. Right. So that's like what would we rock in. The armor would help, right? Blah blah blah. And then we put on the progenesis flask, which is expensive, but it is what it is. And then we figure that one. Like that helps with like our overall hits. Now, we just need 3 pieces of gear that gives us a little bit of reses and some chaos res. So I think our ring should cover our cold and lightning. I don't think there's much on a ring we really need, right? Because with the way the build is, it's mostly about just getting life for survivability. So I was thinking just a familiar ring wouldn't be too terrible. Now, technically, they rock the one that gives curse reduction. Like, they recommend the curse reduction. I don't remember which one that is off the top of my head. Yeah, this one. They rock this one. To get effective curses, but I feel like that's not really necessary. But I feel like this wouldn't be bad with like a life roll. And then you just do like a double res roll here. Not fire, but we needed what? Cold and lightning. We'll rock like, 40% or something like that. I feel like that's like reasonable. Technically, we only need like 20. I mean, we can just stick it in the middle at like 30, because 30 is pretty easy. And try and roll like a high like life roll or something. I don't know what else we could put on here to really help with things. Cause like yeah, there's damage recouped as life. There's obviously influences we could go for even more options. So like, what are our real options here? Like, what do we have for rings? Why can't I find miscellaneous jewelry? Rings. So many rings. So what do we have? So we do have the damage recouped as. It's not a terrible option. We're not really doing fizz. We're either doing chaos or fire on this build. Obviously res is an easy one. Life gain when you hit. Mine are spells, so maybe that's not the best. But like we got shaper options here. Reduce effective curses on you. Elder options. Probably nothing there. Yeah, another curse effect. This wouldn't be not this one conductivity, but being able to apply despair without having to have a cast on hit. This would be, I think this might be really strong, Juke. Because we're with the current poison build, we're trying to apply as many oh wait, my ring. Okay, hold on. Ring can't be that. I forgot. We're putting a unique ring on. We're putting this on. I forgot about that. Okay. So the ring is gonna give us minus reses and chaos res and movement speed. So we gotta get reses on our other gear. This is gonna give us a lot more poison. So we basically just have a helmet and gloves open. And we somehow got to come up with 50 res and like 80 chaos res, which isn't possible on 2. A helmet and gloves, I can't get 80 chaos res. I can get like 70. 65 to 70 pretty easy. I think it's technically like 68 would be like max unless I get like a somehow juiced roll. 12.4 mil fountain value. That's insane. Yeah, gloves and helmet. I guess that's what we're switching to. All right, let's start with a helmet. Strength base, I guess. All right, so what do we got? So I feel like we're doing triple res. So it's all about prefixes at this point. Obviously we're gonna rock life. We can do hybrid life as well for even more life. I'm just trying to think what would be good. I honestly don't feel like we want to influence it because I think we want to do the E-cores, right? I feel like the E-cores are our best option here because it's fizz damage recouped, you know, or fire damage recouped as life or whatever. And then we add in for the other, it's fizz taken as fire. I feel like, yeah, I feel like we're basically just we're hitting double life roll and like armor maybe and just calling it a day. Like a pretty generic helmet. And then we got gloves. I feel like gloves are in the same boat. We're already taking the E-cores for implicits, so we're left with like a double life roll, armor roll for prefixes, and then suffixes are all just reses. Because we need the reses. Interesting. Alright, well, so if we were to put those on. Let's just go to like here somewhere. And then we just triple res it. Cold, lightning, chaos. Chaos obviously has to be up here at like 30. I'll put these at like 40. We don't need them at 40 because we only need like 50, but we'll just do something like that. Add that into the build. Do that again for, oh, we need to E-core them. Searing and Eater. Searing, we want we'll just do one of these. It doesn't matter which one it is. Fire damage recouped his life. And then we do the Eater, which is a fizz. Taking us fire. We'll just do that. Boom. And then we do gloves. Kind of the same thing. I think the implicits will be slightly different, but just double life roll. We're not even adding the armor to them. We're just call it a day. And then the triple res roll. Like I said, these aren't going to be cheap because of the triple res rolls. So what are we doing here? Chaos multi isn't terrible. I don't think rage on hit would do anything for us. Hold on. Yeah, so chaos multi would give us a little bit, but it's not a lot. Oh, we didn't configure yet. Kind of curious on what's gonna. Oh, we did. Kind of curious on what's gonna actually give us some damage from our implicits. What am I rocking right now? Chaos multi, yeah, and fizz converted. Okay, so it is the chaos multi. Okay, that's not a lot of increase, but it's something. Eater, this one is like fizz converted, right? I know it's got fizz converted to fire here, but I think fizz converted to fire and fizz converted to lightning are the same. So it's like 300 average, 130 average, 150, 150. Oh, interesting. This one's actually higher. I wonder why that one's higher. That's weird, right? Hit damage of 50,000 versus a hit damage of 20,000, 19,000. Interesting. And then fizz converted to chaos is actually better. So maybe we go with that. All right, I'll just do fizz converted to chaos because that's something we can easily like roll ourselves. But this is like kind of like the gear we're looking at. All right, so Fire res is actually cucked right now. Oh yeah, because we lost fire res from the ring. How do we fix this? Yeah, so the thing is like I don't have a reliable way to do wither, right? So I took withering step off because it's very hit or miss, right? So I put on righteous fire, right? So the righteous fire gives us a decent amount of damage, right? Like if I was to go in and kind of include a bunch of stuff into our DPS, right? So we put on this, we put on this, and we put on this, right? Total damage is like 6.7 mil with what we currently have. If I take off righteous fire, it's only like 160k DPS, right? It just gives us a bunch of spell damage. But I had withering step in here. But with the cooldown, it doesn't have a lot of uptime, right? So the skill cooldown doesn't recover until it's done. It's got 3-second cooldown. I don't know how long wither lasts for. I think it's longer than 3 seconds. But you can always fix that with wither duration as well. Does this give max wither stacks when it triggers? Inflicts 6 wither stacks the first time each enemy enters the area. So I'm assuming if it's next to me and I trigger it, it gives 6. So if that just triggers once, I mean, okay, that's huge. So this also somewhat defeats some of the purpose towards what I was trying to do, right? So the goal of what I was trying to accomplish, Jukas, is I wanted area damage while running the map, not relying upon getting hit. Wither does increase our single target damage or our standing still being hit damage significantly. But the reason why I was doing righteous fire is it gives damage, not as much damage as wither does, right? Because wither gives a ridiculous amount because of the wither stacks, right? But this requires me to actually still be hit. But if I feel like this is probably better. I don't know, because RF itself doesn't do any damage, right? And that the goal is like I want to be able to do some sort of map clear, some sort of killing per se, while I'm running through the map without needing to be hit. Because there's so many times I'm shield charging through the map and I'm standing, I shield charge into the middle of a pack of mobs and I have to wait like 5 seconds sometimes for them to hit me to do damage. And that's really tedious and annoying to shield charge and wait. Shield charge and wait. Shield charge and wait. At least with like my RF character, it's still cast on stun, but the RF does a decent amount of damage. So I shield charge in and yeah, I might have to stationary for 1 second to get the damage to go out and like for their reses to drop and stuff like that to do good damage, but they die very quickly before I even take a hit sometimes, or most times. So that's what I was trying to accomplish here, is put on something like righteous fire that could do enough damage to kill some white mobs and trash that could allow me to continue running without having to be hit every single time I come up to a mob, but still boost the damage of my skills. That's kind of like where the thought process with righteous fire was. Because there's a lot of situations when I'm standing in an ultimatum where I'm fighting against mobs that run from me and they won't hit me. And that's a problem because those ones take for fucking ever to clear because I'm chasing a mob the entire time and it refuses to hit me. And I can't do any damage to it. And if I don't have area damage around me, I can't do any damage to it to kill it. So that was the thought process here, is I don't need to be like a ridiculous DPS kind of character. I don't need to be tens of hundreds of millions of damage. I just need to be able to kill ultimatum mobs, more or less, right? I'm not trying to uber boss. I'm not trying to pinnacle boss. I'm not trying to do any of that stuff. I'm trying to kill maps and I'm trying to do ultimatums. That's really all I'm trying to do. I'm not even really fighting the bosses. Every once in a while I'll fight the bosses, but I'm not really farming bosses. I could, but I haven't been really doing that. So I was thinking Righteous Fire would be best, but I feel like Righteous Fire talking about it, talking it through, I feel like Righteous Fire is probably best if I switched back to Fire, because then I could boost the damage of Righteous Fire high enough to be viable for map clear. Because all it needs is like 75 to 100k damage. It doesn't need a whole lot. It just needs enough to be able to kill some white trash mobs as we're charging through. The Withering Step makes a lot of sense for increasing our damage output while doing poison variation. It's just, I feel like the uptime of it isn't very much. I mean, that's a valid option. I don't hate that. But I'd have to put it in a spot where I have to manually trigger it, right? Because we don't want it to auto trigger all the time and just wasting all our poison, right? Yes, Aura is an option, but I'd have to drop our fizz damage taken as fire. Right? On the implicit here. So if we were to change the brass dome. Do they have a vestigials yet? Do they have vestigials in here? I don't know if they have vestigials in here yet. I have to manually add it, I think. Yeah, they only have Harvest and Heist. I mean, I could technically just manually add it in theory, but I don't think they have the vestigials added yet. I don't know if they will for a while. Kind of annoying. But anyway, yeah, I was, so just to simulate it, I basically swapping this on doesn't change my overall hit pools all that much. My fizz hit goes, hold on, let me change these to 5. Oh, that doesn't change. So basically my fizz hit goes down by 1500. That's not a lot. I'm still over 10k. It just makes me a little bit more susceptible to fizz hits. There's a spell called Wither, and I was thinking that might not be a bad option either, because I feel like if it's in my weapon, it's gonna trigger constantly. Every 0.2 seconds when I'm blocking, and I'm blocking so much, it would apply 1 stack of Wither, right? And it'd be constant. So the longer that the mob is in the area, the longer the mob is alive, the more stacks of Wither it would get. Now, Withering Step is nice because when it triggers and I'm running through, it automatically applies a bunch of Wither stacks to them, right? This is better for stationary, like mob killing or even boss killing, for example. Problem I have with boss killing is a lot of bosses don't hit often. So I feel like Withering Step is better on bosses because if they hit me once every couple seconds, it's like the Wither itself doesn't last long enough to matter. But like you can see here, even the Wither skill says Wither lasts 2 seconds. So if Withering Step is a 3-second cooldown, Wither has already fallen off before it triggers again. The Balance of Terror. What is that? Cobalt Jewel? Okay, interesting. I'm assuming there's a variation to this. Yeah, inflict withered for 2 seconds on hit if you cast a spare in the last 10 seconds. That could, I mean, it takes a jewel slot though. It's good. I like it. It's a good idea. This is sick too. Burst immunity. I don't know if you can get both. But this could be cool. Could be an option for us. Because this would give us the Wither stacks back and be able to rock RF. I just want despair. I always screw this one up. So this one's immune to curses. And then can you get a double? 32 divines. I think that's a relatively decent investment. I technically I only need this one to start for 7 divines. And then we could upgrade to the curse immune version later. Do you think that's worth it? Because like I said, then we get to take effect of Wither. Not quite res capped here. Pretty close, but not quite res capped. But I think this is good enough reses because, you know, Progenesis would put us over. We're close enough to it. It should be, unless we're on a boss, we should have it procced at all times. Be getting hit so much. And like killing things. I think this should be fine. Problem is, yeah, I think it should be fine. I think this will be fine. And then we have these, and like I said, one of these flasks basically just needs to have recover life during flask effect. Where do we? Am I dumb? Am I dumb? How do I add that? I know it's a suffix. Am I just not seeing it? I know you craft it on with the crafting bench, but it's not giving me the option. Oh, okay. I was like, bro, okay, we got it. So that's one of them. That gives us our net regen back. It's low, but it's there. And then like I'm trying to figure out what we're missing for what we need to get on our flasks. If I'm being honest, that's what I'm trying to figure out really fast because we have crit immunity. Right? We have corrupted blood and bleed immunity. We don't have poison immunity. But do we rock poison immune on that? Or do we do this? We get we should get poison immune on the ring, honestly.
and then just get a high poison chance, right? So something like this, like 5 divines for 40. Like this is something we should get. Yeah. So well, we're shock immune, Jukas, because we have Tempest Shield. So we're shock immune, we're crit immune, we're bleed and corrupted blood immune. We're currently not curse immune. So curses could be a problem. Which we can get some curse immune effect on a flask, which could cap us. I think it would cap us if we just got reduced effective curses. Because if we're running it on like a juiced flask with effect, right? And we got over 50%, let's just say we got like 55%, or let's say 60%. This should curse immune us. Right? The only thing we're left with is ignite and freeze. Ignite and freeze. Ignite can kill us. Freeze shouldn't matter all that much, because if they freeze us, they're still hitting us and dying. It can get annoying, don't get me wrong, but we don't need freeze immune in most situations. Ignite immune, I don't know if we need it. But it could be necessary in some situations. So I'm trying to think what else we put on the flasks at this point, because like I said, we got ignite immune, we got freeze immune. We can do either of those. Priest armor during effect needs to be on one of them, and we're gonna roll like that is what it is. More armor is ridiculous. More survivability. And like there's no other real options. Oh, the other option I like, and tell me if it's dumb, but 15% of damage taken from hits is leeched his life since I have perma-leech. Alright, Topher. Have a good night, man. I appreciate you.
Get out of here.
Have a good rest of your night. Sleep well. I'll talk to you next week, Monday, Tuesday. If you need me meantime over the weekend, hit me up in the Discord, man. See you. Bye. Thank you. So I'm thinking 15% damage taken from hits is leeched his life during effect. This is always effective, and it's basically doubled from my flask. We should have a decent amount of leech. Plus our regular skills hitting and leeching, right? I feel like that is pretty safe for our 4 flasks. Like I said, the only thing we don't have is ignite immune and freeze immune. I'm liking the flasks. Like I said, this will give us poison immune if I just buy a new one. I do like adding wither and keeping righteous fire, right? Because we are able to now apply wither stacks, which is interesting because it's not saying it's not allowing me to apply. Oh, well, let me to apply curses. Wait, what? Oh, curses disabled. Okay. Kind of funny. It won't let me apply it. But it's not letting me inflict wither for 4-2. Is it only 1 stack of wither? Or can you only apply 1 stack of wither? Inflict withered for 2 seconds. Like, let me look this up. Can it only do 1 stack of wither?
See, that's what I'm saying, but it's not allowing me to apply a stack count, right? You see what I'm saying? Like before, when the item wasn't in, and I had like wither on here, right? It would allow me to apply stacks directly. But the second I put in the item, oh wait, now it's working. That was weird. It was red a second ago. Oh, I think if I remove this, it goes away. It goes away. And it no longer counts. So this is what I'm confused about. If the thing states that it inflicts wither for 2 seconds on hit, if you've cast a spare in the last 10 seconds, like, I don't understand why it's not working, because like if I click this to spare self only, counts the spare as a self cast for balance of terror without applying it to enemies. Don't understand. Do I have to self cast? So it specifically states requires casting using the curse spell manually, activating or deactivating blasphemy or instantly still counts as casting. Curses that trigger or apply the on hit, while similarly non-skill buffs modifiers do not count as casting. The condition is checked on the player. Curses cast by proxies do not interact. So I couldn't use this unless I self-casted. Which isn't terrible. It just takes away from the AFK portion of it. Huh. Maybe not the best option then? Maybe we just... Oh man, I'm torn. I feel like... Ugh. I can't figure out how to do this using the poison setup. Like, it's kind of eluding me because I feel like if we do it with fire, it's more doable. See, that's what I was thinking. Like, if I leave it in my inventory and I swap it on for bosses or high tier yellows, it could make sense, right? That's what I'm thinking. I think fire is easier because I could scale righteous fire, but I think the damage isn't as good, right? I think the overall damage is much less as fire than it is as poison. Because poison, we can stack a ton of them. And that overall, like, poison stacking is a big DPS on hard to kill mobs. But fire is more consistent. It's lower, but consistent. There's no ramp time, right? You sit there, your spells trigger. Yeah, you might apply an ignite here and there. You might get a pop from a bleeding mob or something like that, but it's just consistent raw damage. But the one thing I like about the poison variation is all the leech from Essence Drain. This Essence Drain is huge for our like our lifesteal. It's crazy how much lifesteal it gives us.
Because like I said, at the end of the day, Juke, I'm not trying to make tens of millions of damage build. I'm trying to get somewhere between 1 and 5 million. If I can go above, cool. It's mostly about being able to blow up a map, kill ultis, and occasionally kill a map boss as necessary. Literally all I'm trying to get the build to do. And in its current state, we showed this yesterday. All right, we'll go into a map. In its current state, it feels kind of meh, right? Okay, we'll do it with ultimatum. It just kind of feels meh, and I think I put ultimatum on when I didn't have my ultimatum thing on. So this is like my map clear for this character, right? It kills the mobs fine. It's not super fast, but you see how like I shield charge into that group and then I have to wait for them to hit me. It's kind of annoying. And then like this is the next problem. It's like this mob with Soul Eater, it takes a little bit to kill. I can kill it. It's not a problem. It just takes a minute. Perfectly fine. Like I said, the damage seems fine. I don't have a problem with my damage. I have a problem with my map clear, right? Chill charge in, I have to stand here. Now, being fire isn't going to change that all that much because I still have to be hit and I still have to take the damage or whatever. But I feel like if I can scale Righteous Fire a little bit, that I could kill a lot of mobs just from shield charging in with my Righteous Fire. But you see how slow the map clear is? But like, look at the survivability. Like, look how much leech I'm getting. I get a ridiculous amount of leech. So my sustain is pretty good as long as I'm hitting. And that's the problem we were running into the other day when we were running the grueling whatever. Is we would get hit with the Fizz degen tower, and when between waves of mobs, when I wasn't hitting things, I would degen and die. And that's what was failing my my ultimatums, is I kept dying because of the degen was killing me between waves. Well, I'm not trying. That's what I'm saying. With this variation, I can't scale the RF and the poison, right? Because in all reality, though, Jukas, with this build, we're not scaling per se the poison. We're actually scaling Fizz. And Fizz is being converted to Ellie, which Ellie is being converted into chaos damage, and that's where all our poison damage comes from. But technically, we're stacking Fizz damage in this build. With Ellie conversion. Right? That's kind of how this build typically works, and then all the poisons are coming from the weapon, basically. So everything on the build is just stacking Fizz with, like I said, the Ellie conversion on the gloves and stuff. And then all of that just gets converted with the Ascendancy to Chaos. Well, not all, but like 67% of it gets converted to Chaos. And that Chaos scales our poison. But you're not wrong. That's why I'm struggling with this variation. Is like I said, I need to fix this portion of the build. For this build to feel comfortable to me, I know you make a build to do something specific, and the specific thing that this build is for is doing ultimatums, and doing ultimatums very well. It's not meant to do maps, but I would like it to be able to clear a map. So I'm not just zoning into a map, killing an ultimatum and instantly leaving without killing the mobs, without trying to get currency from the map, right? Like it just feels like a waste to not be clearing the map and only doing the ultimatum.
So I'm trying to find a way to make this character be able to kill a map and not take 45 minutes per map, right? I want to be able to clear a map, not like crazy, not super insane, but you know, just generically okay, tolerably clear. Like consistently keep moving, right? Picking up loot and not having to stop at every single group, waiting, and waiting, right? Now, a lot of this waiting, honestly, if we're being honest right now, is the Beyond monsters spawning. So, I kill the group, it spawns Beyond, I kill the Beyond, more Beyond spawns. So, I mean, this is kind of cherry-picked, I guess, of an example. Because I put the wrong Atlas tree on. But it showcases what I mean, right? This is kind of how it feels when I'm mapping on this character. And that's what I'm trying to understand how to fix. I'm trying to find something that I can implement into this build to make the mapping portion faster. Because when I'm playing on my RF, I don't have as much of a problem. Right? Because his Righteous Fire does most of the damage. I don't even kill most things with my actual cast on stun. He's just not as tanky, so when it comes to the grueling gauntlet, he struggle busts a little bit in a lot of those situations. So that's why I'm like, I'd rather play this character. I'd rather figure this character out and see if this character could work better, because I know this character can do grueling gauntlet as long as I don't get a bad combination of skills. Or, you know, downsides or whatever. Oh, so that's why it's like I've been racking my brain all week trying to like tinker with this and figure it out and trying to find like a solution. And like I said, I don't mind switching back to fire. I didn't hate the fire option. I only switched to poison because poison said it had a lot more damage, and I was like, oh, if it has more damage, maybe its clear speed would be better, or maybe its potential like the potential of failing grueling gauntlet would be less, because if it's doing more damage, that means I'm taking less damage because things are dying faster. You know, I was thinking along those lines. With the more damage, grueling gauntlet might be easier to clear, right? And with the difference in sustain being like essence drain, leech and stuff versus pure life on hit, I was like, okay, this has more sustainability plus more damage. It could be better for, you know, the grueling thing, the grueling gauntlet. So that's like where my mind went. That's why I was thinking that way. But like I said, I don't mind switching it back to fire and having like the bleed chance on, like maybe putting Bladefall in instead of Firestorm of Pelting, honestly, because Firestorm of Pelting is just, it doesn't actually do fizz damage, because if it doesn't, then it literally can't, it can't bleed. It's impossible. Bleed has to have a fizz hit. And that's the thing, is like, that's what it's meant for, Jukas. It's meant to just do ultimatums. And it's fine. At the end of the day, it's fine. It's just, I feel meh coming into a map like this and only doing an ultimatum and then leaving. Because I made almost no money yesterday. I ran, I want to say, 20 maps yesterday. Just coming in, doing the ultimatum and leaving. Right? I didn't make a single penny. Because none of the ultimatums dropped anything of value. And I wasn't killing any of the mobs or anything on the map to drop currency. So it felt bad. Ugh. But like I said, then I get on my RF, I come in, I can still do ultimatums, but I can actually do the map. Right? So it's like, I can do both. But like in this situation, if we were to swap RF for Withering Step, right? Withering Step triggers, puts a few Wither stacks on them. Yeah, obviously you can see he's taking more damage, it looks like. So, I mean, makes sense, right? But if we actually had the Wither skill... Oh, another thing we could do for single target is instead of doing Frost Bomb, this Void Sphere of Wither of Rending is insane. Look how much damage this fucker takes. I kind of want to buy a Wither, so when I go up against like a guy like this, I can just see how much single target I do. Because if he has 15 stacks of Wither, because look, he has a Wither stack on him, 48% Wither. Now it's gone. You can see it when it triggers how much damage he takes. Like it's like, okay, it's taking some damage, cool, cool, cool. When's Wither gonna proc? Or Wither proc, and then you just see it. Chunk, 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 chunk. That's only with 6 stacks. So one thing that we could do to fix this is the problem with Withering Step is it has, look at cooldown time, 8-second cooldown. That's a long fucking time. And Wither's stacks don't last but like what, 2 seconds we looked at? So I feel like Withering Step just feels bad. Like everyone is using Withering Step, and I think they're using it just to for simplicity's sake. It gives you elusive, it gives you movement speed, so when you're running through the map you go a little bit faster. Sure, cool. I don't really like it. So maybe we don't use Withering Step and we just use Wither. I don't know. That's why I ended up switching off Withering Step, and I was like, oh, let's just try RF then if Withering Step's gonna suck. And this is why what got us down the rabbit hole of trying different things. I'm gonna go buy a Wither, and I'm gonna come and fight this boss. See how it, like, deals with that. So do you think we just switch back to fire and stop tinkering with the chaos? If like my plan is to try to get him to mediocrely clear a map. The Wither skill effect duration on quality, so maybe we do get like a 2023 for Wither. Because 21 is fine, but I think all it does is increase the area of effect and movement speed. But like this is like, I think it increases the duration. Or sorry, the skill effect duration. Yeah, it goes up. I don't think I really need skill effect duration because it's gonna be casting so much. But let's try it. Put it in here. Can it not trigger this? Oh, I don't think it can trigger it because it's a channeling skill. Can it not trigger this? Because it's a channeling skill? I don't think it can trigger it. Yeah, I didn't think so. Well, that's defeats the purpose then. Maybe that's why they use Withering Step. I don't know. See, this is why things just get...
It just gets confusing because like I could just do this. And then now I'm just like constantly holding down the wither. I mean, I could spell totem it too, but I mean, I could literally just sit here and hold down the damn button. It just requires me to hold down the button, which is defeats the purpose of AFKing. So I don't know. I'm not really feeling it. I like the aesthetics of all the skills. Like that's the one thing I do like about the setup. I like the blade fall. I like the essence drains thrown all over the screen. Let me go pee really fast. I think we're gonna switch back to fire. Give me a second. Oh, all right. So, because this is the problem, right? This is. I'm not gonna say my character. This is the poison build that we were looking at, right? It tattoos all fizz damage. It rocks chaos damage here, which honestly I feel like fizz damage probably give more, but they rock the bunch of chaos. They rock a bunch of fizz here, right? And they have 5k HP, totaling of 3k. Huge amount of leech. Right, they have decent amount of armor and things like that. Some of this needs to be unchecked. Kind of hilarious, but but as you can see, like they have all this on just the same exact way that I was talking about doing. They got extra resist, curse effect immunity, poison immunity, movement speed. Like some of this I don't really care about. They get the increased they get endurance charges on this, which gives them a lot of survivability because they have the relic caches for the extra thing. So they get a bunch of those. Additional curse on his amulet, so he can double curse. He's got the brass dome with the fizz damage taking his fire. Plus the aura skills, it's pretty insane. Festering, sure. But then he also has the unaffected by bleed. And then he has the life regen with the life on hit for the vitality. He's got the blood notch for survivability. He's got the forbidden flesh and flame to give him fortitude. Fortitude's huge. He has max fort. That's another huge defensive layer. I like that idea. I kind of want to steal this idea for more survivability because, like I said, it's all about staying alive. It's not about having a ridiculous amount of damage. It's about staying alive and the grueling gauntlet. Right, and then like he's rocking enfeeble with despair, and then this is giving him profane bloom, and then he's got the the same old here, petrified with malevolence. Instead of determination, he's rocking malevolence, so he's bleed immune and does more damage. And then he's got the essence drain for the leech, the lingering for the blades, void sphere to pull things together. Don't know any other reason why he'd rock this. Oh, it's fizz converted to chaos. So it's pretty easy chaos damage for applying more bleeds. Spell cascade, blade fall, kind of the same thing. And then he's got the blade blast here. The gloves have fizz converted to fire. Right, like I don't know. I'm not hating the idea here. It looks relatively tanky. Right, he's got 90-90-90 block.
He's got pretty good effective hit pulls for his Fizz and his Ellie and stuff. Everything looks pretty comfortable. It's like, this is great for Grueling Gauntlet. I feel like it just feels wonky. And then this is the fire variant, which is relatively the same, right? You rock fire instead. Still get that. He's rocking this stuff, even with a Mage Blood. Don't know why he needs that plus the Mage Blood. Oh, because he's rocking Doppelganger. And this is where I kind of lose it a little bit, because he gets the reduced extra damage from crits from a corruption on this. And he's rocking it only for the Fizz and chaos damage taken is less. So this is just a reduced physical damage and chaos damage taken. The flat 10% regen he doesn't even care about, supposedly, but it does help with regen mods. So I was thinking, like, wouldn't just running a brass dome be better in this situation? So you don't have to run reduce extra damage from crit tattoos, and you don't have to run the corruptions on the items, because he's also got the corruption on the shield as well. So I like this build, but I don't like it at all at the same time, because I like the Relic Cache. I think the Relic Cache is a great pickup, so you don't have to worry about generating endurance charges. You just always have them. It also gives you the Corrupted Blood immunity, so you can drop, you know, you don't have to get it on like a jewel or something that's super expensive. I like the Brass Dome because it's guaranteed crit immunity going forward with huge armor, and the armor does help us in the long run with Fizz hits, making our Fizz hit, you know, relatively high so we don't accidentally die from a random hit. And then with the Vestigial, we can actually Vestigial the Doppelganger's life regen, so we can get 5% of the life regen if we wanted to give us a little bit more regen. But the thing here is, like, this anvil, right? We're at 99.3 and 99.0 block. Do you think giving up an entire amulet slot for less than 1% block is worth it? Like, I'm not exaggerating when I tell you this. This amulet gives 0.139% spell block and 0.0379% attack block. So you're getting less than 0.4% attack block and less than 0.2 spell block for an amulet. Yes, it puts you at 99, but without it, you're at 98.9% on both. 98.9% on both spell and attack block without the anvil. I feel like this could be better used for a different amulet for better stats. You can get more defensive layers. You can get more offensive layers. I feel like this anvil isn't necessary for the build. I'm also not a huge fan of allocating vampirism personally, but it is personal preference to some people. I've just been putting it on because it's just easy and it's cheap. But I was contemplating taking the anvil off, like losing very minor amount of block to gain the ability of a different amulet. So we could get like a max endurance charge amulet. We could, and like with Relic Caches, giving us that extra endurance charges, more physical damage reduction, LE damage reduction, a little bit more regen. Or we can go with like an Ashes, right? We can get spell plus the spell levels with plus quality. That could be pretty helpful for our auras and some of our spells and support gems and stuff. I feel like that could be a better option than getting 0.3% attack block. I don't know how you tell me how you feel about that. Yeah, everybody builds it differently, and like this is just the staple that people have been following, and I like to I like to change things. I like to make it my own. And like I said, mine, I want to rock RF. Like that at the end of the day, I want to rock RF. I want to change it to meet my standards because I followed this and I was dying. I was dying a lot. I was struggle busting. I followed it to basically the letter. I had the exact same weapon. Actually, I had a better weapon. Didn't do as much damage, but I had a better weapon. I had the Watcher's Eye. I didn't have the Mage Blood at the time, but I had the rings, I had the amulet, I had the chest piece. Like, I had everything in place, and I was just popping constantly. I'd go in and I'd get one tapped by something. I'd be fine. An hour of playing, and I'd randomly just pop to a one tap. I'm like, okay, random. And I think the idea from the build is it's not unkillable, but you're gonna die very rarely. It's like a 99% survival chance, right? Or more. It's like 99.9%. Like, you're very rarely gonna die, but you're gonna die every once in a while. It's just gonna happen. And it's kind of annoying. And I'm not trying to make it to where I can't die. I'm just trying to minimize the amount of times that I was popping. Because I was popping like at least once an hour. And it was really annoying. Because I'd be in the middle of an ultimatum or something, and a monkey would walk up and he would club me in the head and I would die. He would wind up his fist. I'd see his hand in the air holding both of his club with both hands, and the clobber would come down and my guy would just delete. And I'd be like, well, that happened again. So we switched it up, and we switched it. This is before we switched to the poison, but we switched it up, and I put on these two pieces, and I have not popped since. Just having the brass dome for all the extra armor. I didn't have the fizz damage taken as fire at the time. I had a basic brass dome, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I had this brass dome to start with. Very cheap brass dome. We had this, and I put on Relic Cache, and I stopped popping. And then I was like, okay, well, that seemed to work. So we spent a little extra money, and we got the fizz taken as fire, which might not be necessary. Because, like I said, like it is 20% as fire, but 20% of fizz converted to fire, and then that fire is being reduced by 90%. So it's like this is reducing the damage by like 18%, which is solid. But like I said, if I want to take the route of adding RF, going fire, getting fire multi and stuff like that, feel like swapping this to a doppelganger version. So we get brass dome with I think it's this. It's worded weirdly. Yeah, while saying, I think. Yeah, I knew it was worded weirdly. So this. So mine was 17 divines. I feel like buying this for 26 and getting this 5% will help with Righteous Fire degen and help combat the one issue that I'm having. Is the one, there's technically two mods or a combination of mods, but I don't know how much damage Blood Altar does. Do you know off the top of your head, or do you know like where I can find the information? But this Blood Altar kills me. Without Righteous Fire running, using my current form right now, if I go in and I pick Blood Altar, I will die. Because I have 600 total regen right now without leech. The second I go from wave 1 to wave 2 and there's no mobs to kill, I die. I literally fall over. Because I only have like, what, 2,800 life, and the amount of degen is way more than 600, and I just fall over. So I'm trying to fix dying to this. So when I do Grueling Gauntlet, this doesn't kill me. Because I did Grueling Gauntlet the other day. I did 6 maps. First 5, I got smaller radius and Blood Altar 5 times in a row. Those comboed me 5 times in a row, and 5 times I died. All before wave 7. I mean, I can survive this on my Righteous Fire character, but I have a ridiculous amount of regen. I have like 2,500 net regen. But he also has Defiance of Destiny. He has Blood Notch. You know, like, my RF has a lot of regen. My RF is ridiculous. Yeah, RF on Glad is a different story. But like I said, this guy can do it, right? Like I said, but he has, you know, when I take a stunning hit, I recover, right? He has Recover Life on hit. He has, I think he has this Anoint. So I regen 5% whenever I'm stunned. I'm 90% sure I have that. Oh, I didn't even anoint this amulet after I bought it. So, okay, that could fix a lot of problems. But I have the amulet, right? Like I said, I have the Blood Notch wherever I put it. I have the Blood Notch, not even a good one. Like, so I have a ton of regen on this guy. And like, if you just look at my regen, I have like 1,700 right now without any of my flasks active because I don't have the 3%. So it's like 2,500 or something like that when I have everything active. This guy's insane. He can do it. Now with this guy, he doesn't have as much regen. That's why I was thinking the Doppelganger Vestigial giving us 5%, right here, and then swapping some things around and tattooing 3% or 0.3% regen on all our strength nodes gives us roughly another 1,000 regen just doing the tattoo. And then we swap from a flat regen here of like 5.2% to the what is this, 3% regen with 15% life regen rate. This is actually a net positive in regen. I've tested it without the vestigial on my character, and I go to over 1,000 net regen doing this. So I know 1,000 isn't enough, but I still haven't put in the Blood Notch. I think the Blood Notch would really help with survivability because I'd heal a lot for that. I haven't put in the flask that heals me or leeches for damage I've taken, right? I could also put this into place. So I heal for 5% of my total life over 1 second whenever I take a stun. Like, all of those can get put into place and we can make it work. That's where I'm leaning towards switching it to fire and making those changes, right? Because like I said, this is the format we were following and we kind of modified it, but he's using the headsman, so he gets Culling Strike. And I don't really care. I mean, Culling Strike's cool and all, but the thing I like about this build setup is I don't really care about the aggravated bleeding personally. But this is huge. So as long as there's a bleed on something, they pop for 20% of their life. This helps with clear significantly. I kill one small mob, he pops. It does big damage to anything else around it. Everything else just pops. Even yellows. Yellows take massive damage because everything's popping around them. This is huge. I like this. That was the one thing I really liked from the fire version. But now that I have Lycia, I'm wondering, do we still take this? Because if we're taking... I feel like this isn't necessarily necessary. Because all the fire damage we'd be doing, 67% of it would be switched into chaos, which would bypass energy shield, which is a actual problem for fire damage builds, especially righteous fire builds, right? You have to break that ES, and if 2/3 of your damage is bypassing ES, I feel like this kind of fixes that problem, and you're more reliably killing things that have ES. Like, everything kind of dies a little bit more consistently. So I was thinking about keeping this instead of taking the aggravated bleeding. But if I didn't like this, I can technically just pick up this one, and I get 1% more damage per second that a mob is around me. So bosses, they get up to 100% more damage. yellows, they can get up to like, you know, however long it takes me to kill them. But the longer they're near me, the more damage they're going to take. I feel like this is a very good option. This is a test and see if I like it option. But I've changed this up significantly from what I see here. I saw some other builds that I liked. I liked the idea behind a lot of the way that they did things, and I kind of took some inspiration from them and I swapped it up, which is why we're at where we're at. But like instead of coming down here and picking up this 4-point wheel plus this wheel to get basically the same thing that this does for 3 points. The only difference is this gives a little bit more aura effect versus this, but I save a point and I basically get my reservations that I wanted from it anyway. And I'm already right here, so I save a point. Actually, I save 2 points. So I know you can't do both effectively. So that's what I'm saying is like, I'm going to be going all fire. And I don't, that's what I said. I wanted to see how it felt, but at the same time, like you can even see right here, the effective damage is, oh, taking off is less. Okay. So I'd have to completely convert this over to fire. Let's do some stuff. Let's just delete everything. Let's just delete everything and put things back. So, so what do we got? We got, I'll move this off this side. So I'm going to set this up for fire. So, where? Okay, so this is what we got for fire. So we were rocking Detonate Dead, right? And Flame Surge of Combustion. Now, I'm torn on the Flame Surge of Combustion. Yes, you're the original sin. Yeah, you know, let's just go for it. Yeah, because this is the doppelganger we were using, right? We were using this doppelganger. It just wasn't feeling good. But anyway, so we were using, I love this skill. This skill is fire. I'm not a huge fan of the cremation, if I'm being honest. Never really liked it. Firestorm with pelting, it was okay. And then obviously we're using them. I'm not going to use Malevolence. Malevolence is more damage, but I think I'm going to stick with the Determination, Eternal Blessing, Arrogance for the defensive layer. I think we're going to stick with that. So let's put that in really quick. Determination, Eternal Blessing with Arrogance. We'll pop these in. That'll be our first set of stuff. And then I think we're going to leave these in place. So Tempest Shield, Petrified, Vitality, level 1, and then I think Shield Charge is just going to be our movement skill. So then we got Tempest Shield, Petrified, and Vitality. That's level 1. All right, so that is those in place. And then the rest of it is like I said, it's like this Blade Blast has to go. We're going to keep the cast on stun. But Blade Blast has to go. Ethereal Knives has to go. Essence Drain has to go. Returning Projectiles has to go. Frostbomb. I actually like Frostbomb as an option because it allows for us to cuck the life regen mods. So any mob that have life regen, we might put this back in purely for purely for the reduced regeneration. So we're not going to be rocking the weapon anymore, right? The weapon gone. The weapon we will be rocking is one of two. We either we rock the Razor of the Seven Suns for the 1% life every time I ignite a mob, which is really good when we have really high ignite chance. Wait, does the Watcher's Eye allow us to get reduced crits? Oh yeah, because we're rocking Determination and Malevolence. You're right. Hold on.
How much can it roll? Up to 60? So we'd have to come up with 40%. Question is, do we rock Doppelganger with... Oh wait, Doppelganger can't get Brass Dome and Vestigial, but it can get the Corruption, right? So as long as we get a 50+% and we get, or depending on the Doppelganger, bro, it's so expensive. So expensive. It's I think it's worth it, but it's so goddamn expensive. This would be better for the physical damage reduction while stationary. This is kind of what we want, but I'd have to... I don't even know how I would 6-link this. I don't know how I would 6-link this. I know it's doable. I know I'd have to use tainted currencies or something, but this would be ideal. I mean, that's expensive. How much would the... I mean, I'm okay with the expensive. I want to make the build work, right? So I want to see like an easy version that would start to work, and then we segue into expensive, right? But the Watcher's Eye, by determination, right? So we get the reduced extra damage from crits. What else do we rock? Do we rock a double vitality after that? Or do we rock additional phys damage reduction? Reduce crits combo. We only need 40%. You're not wrong. You want double vitality or double determination? Because I know the vitality one we want on hit, right? We definitely want gain blah 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 when hit on hit with vitality. We want that. And I know we want the reduced crits. But as a third, are we worried about a third, or are we just rocking this? All right, are we just rocking this for 4 divines? Or are we trying to add in like a third? This is what I was getting at. Like, are we trying to add in like a third? Like a double determination? Just to, yeah, that's what I thought. So I mean, this is tolerable. Like a 4 divine one, pretty easy. Throw it in. We still get the, we get over 50% here. We get the 20, you know, up to 30. You know, if we get a better one, we can get up to 30. But that's fine. What about the shield? Like, we could technically get a shield with reduced crits instead of getting it on the chest piece if we could save some money. Like, but it's only 20%. I think it rolls up to 30. So even if we got 60% on a Watcher's Eye and 30 here, it's almost full crit immunity. Oh yeah, rocking a yellow instead. I mean, you're not wrong, but I lose. Let's just put in a random shield. I don't even fucking know. Let's just make a shield really fast. Doesn't matter what it is. Sure. Let's add this to build. So if we go in, do a quick configure, endurance charges, we're gonna be dropping profane. So we're gonna put conk ground back on. Oh yeah, with conk ground it gives us even more regen, so that helps. Block. All right. So we're 99.3%. And if we actually swap the shield out for this, we go to 96 and 95. I'm not hating the idea. I don't hate the idea. I don't. It doesn't seem terrible. And the next question is like, what if we drop the anvil too? Yeah, bro, I think we drop the anvil. No matter what, we're not 99 block anymore. But like 95% block, 94, 95% block, I think might be respectable. And then being able to, I just don't know what other amulet to put on. If we're being completely honest here, I don't know what other amulet to put on. I do like the idea of going with the yellow shield to get maybe some more, like you said, like some more defensive layers, right? Like you can get the life when you block, you can get high chance to block, you can get life, you can get physical damage reduction, extra damage from crits. Like this shield is pretty solid. If it's crafting related, Cacao, I suck at crafting. Juke might be able to help you explain it, but I absolutely suck at crafting. This depends on what you're trying to do, but if you're trying to do advanced crafting, I am not your man. So sorry to say that, but at the end of the day, I don't want to steer you in the wrong direction. But what do you think, Juke? Do you think we drop it? We go down to like 95% crit or 95% block and add in something like this? Because at the end of the day, I don't need chance to block. Literally don't need chance to block. Because the way the ascendancy works is the ascendancy gives me whatever shield I'm wearing, it's guaranteed to be 50%. So it doesn't need chance to block. Right? And then since it doesn't need chance to block, I don't need spell block on it either, technically. I mean, it would help, but it doesn't need it because this gives us spell block per chance to block. Right? So with all this chance to block and this and then being 50%, like it gives us most of our spell block. But I mean, the spell block is not useless, at least. But we don't need the crafted mod of chance to block, which leaves us room for something else. So instead of that prefix, we can rock something else. But yeah, reduced crit damage, huge. Determination, Watcher's Eye, 100% crit immunity. We can drop the brass dome. We do lose armor for this, but I think that's fine because the main reason we're wearing it anyway is it does give armor and it has the crit immunity on it. I do like the 5 max res though. The 5 max res, I don't know. I'm really torn on this, Jukas, because for the fire version, you need to be 90-90-90. We drop this. We can't drop these. So that's the one downside we have right now. Even with Mage Blood. So if we put Mage Blood on in here, right? If we throw on a Mage Blood, right? Okay, let's okay. God, why are my reses so cucked? Oh, because I don't have regular flasks on. Shit. We have to make these flasks again. Hold on. I'm just gonna make the 3 res flasks super fast. Oh, I forgot I was planning this around having the +5 from the brass dome. So with this, we're 90-90-90. Now, if we drop brass dome, yes, hear me out. It's only 1 res, right? We can easily make that res up like somewhere, right? But I was planning on being able to drop these 3 nodes and these 5 nodes to be able to pick up either more jewel sockets or like a cluster, or to be able to put them into more fire wheels or something, right? That was the idea. So if we don't rock the brass dome, we can't drop these. Like I said, at the end of the day, that's not that big of a deal. with the fire version, you need to have 90 90 90. Yeah. You can craft a +3 to like 1 res and +2 to all res. But I mean, like, why would I need the Enlighten? Does the Enlighten even work with blood magic? I don't even know if the Enlighten works with blood magic. It might. I've never actually tested it. Because it just reduces the reservation, right? So it's, I would say, so it should work. But it's not the reservation that's a problem, right? The reservation is fine. Like, my reservations are great. As long as I don't change like this or this, I'm fine. Like, those are the two things that make me perfectly fine to be able to run what I'm running. It's literally these. Like, I'd have to keep these if I drop Brass Dome. But dropping Brass Dome, like, I have to keep them. If I keep Brass Dome, I can gain these 7 points. Flesh and Stone doesn't help us with our reses though, because here's the thing. The reses are the big thing for the damage, because we're rocking Nebulous. Nebulous requires us to have 90 90 90 to really take effect of it. So this is the Nebulous I think I'm going to rock. It grants life on hit, and then the rest of it doesn't matter, but like it's 8% and it's got the 26 life on hit. So it's just like I'm wearing a Watcher's Eye, so it's additive. It adds even more life when I hit. But we need to be 90 90 90 to take effect of the damage from this, right? So this would be our weapon when we go to fire. So this would kind of be our setup, right? This is what we're looking at right now. And then obviously Mage Blood coming in, we'd be at 90 90 reses, and I'd be able to drop these over here. Put the Hubris in, and I can drop these nodes, these 3 nodes, and then these ones. So with all those extra points that I have, I can come up here and pick up like a Fire Wheel, plus like damage recouped as life. Or I can come up here and I can put like a large voice in and put like 3 jewels in, or I can get like a large cluster and put 2 jewels in. Purifier with melding. I mean, you're not wrong, but the amount of res it's going to rip off, I can't afford. Because I have too many uniques, and even with these active, putting on Purifier helps with fire, but it's going to rip my lightning and my cold significantly, and then I'm going to struggle to get my reses back. It's not a bad option, because with that option, I technically wouldn't be... See, the thing, like, I wouldn't technically run like the Sapphire and Topaz, because the reason I'm running the Sapphire and Topaz is, yes, it gives me the reses, but it also gives me the max reses, right? So I wouldn't need them for max reses. So instead, I'd run like a Bismuth that would give me all res, which would help, and I'd have a flask open. Like, there's options. There's a lot of options to explore here, but it's like, this is like theory crafting for days to find a perfect solution. It's hurting my soul. But either way, like, when it comes to the skills, like I was talking about before and I got sidetracked. Hold on. At the end of the day, like, our skills are looking like we rocking Detonate Dead of Scavenging. I don't really know why they rock Scavenging specifically. I kind of like regular Detonate Dead. Because you can at least spawn like Unearth to like force spawn mobs. But Scavenging only takes effect of the ones on the ground, and I don't know if you can scavenge ultimatum mobs. Like, I'm assuming you can. But can ultimatum mobs be scavenged? Because don't they disappear after a little while? Or are they scavengeable for a few seconds after dying? I don't really understand.
Same thing with the combustion one here. I don't like this one so much because it does drop a fire damage per second of inflicted ignite, but it's the inflicted ignite of the skill itself, not of a burn that's already applied. I don't know which one's better. But you know, it's these, and then it's Wave of Conviction of Tartarus. This penetrates some elemental resistances. But it's fizz converted to fire, so I would need a little bit more fizz converted to fire, which is where the 10% of fizz damage converted to lightning should be converted to fire here on the implicit. And then the chaos obviously gets switched to ignite spread, so we can get a little bit more spread of ignites for a little bit more overall flat damage. The ignites aren't a huge amount of damage, but it's additive damage to everything else we're already doing. So there's that. And then Flame Wall is just extra burn, technically, so these could take effect of Flame Wall. I personally don't like this. I don't know how much damage this skill truly adds, but I love Purifying Flame because it gives us guaranteed conk effect without having to run a Sulfur Flask or without running Rational Doctrines. This is really good for us. It's decent damage. It is, once again, need to be converted fully to fire, but this is a really good one to keep. Firestorm of Pelting, once again, I'm not a massive fan of this. It does do fire damage, it does hit, but for some reason they want to link it with bleed, and since it doesn't do fizz damage, it cannot bleed. So I don't know why they link it. I know they link it to zombie because zombie can hit, and it should be able to apply a bleed, but I would rather, I mean, zombie hits pretty hard supposedly, but I'd rather put something else in there, like something as stupid as like Blade Blast. Because if I'm only converting 50% of my fizz to fire via like the tree and my gloves, then only 50% of this would be fire, and the other 50% would be fizz. So I could technically use this to apply bleeds instead of Firestorm. And then it would give us guaranteed pops all over the screen. So that's the thought, is I swap this out for this, and then I just let the bleed kind of take over with both of these. Like this would like go into here. Like this. It would do its thing. And then like the helmet would take effect of like Tartarus, this, and probably Flame Wall. And then the chest would be like the Detonate Dead, the extra burn, the Immolate. I'm missing a skill. I think there's a couple skills that are supposed to go here. But I don't know where they went. But yeah, we had flammability in the weapon. What went there? Oh, let me pull this build back up. So Purifying Flame, Flame Surge. Oh, we missed Flame Surge. Yeah, okay, yeah. So I can go in here. Yeah, Firestorm of Pelting, which got replaced. Oh, and it was the cremation one that we took out as well. But he also rocks Frostblink, which I'm opting out of doing. But he's got, yeah, so he's got the Detonate Dead, he's got the Wave of Conviction of Tartarus with the Burn, Flame Wall, Immolate, all in the chest piece. So I'm not opposed to doing that. Oh yeah, so he had Cremation here. Cremation, projectiles, just they do fire damage. Like I don't see any fizz damage from these, so I don't understand. But yeah, flammability is the only thing that we're missing from that. So all right, mate, I appreciate you, man. Take it easy. I'll talk to you later. Have a good one. See you. Bye, 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 bye. Thank you. If you need me in the meantime, hit me in the Discord as always. Appreciate you. Oh yeah, we want to throw an RF, right? So this could be like flammability,
cast on stun, and we can do like RF in here. Do we just put Frostbomb in here and just say fucking YOLO? Just so we get the reduction? I think we do that just for the reduction. Alright, we're gonna put all this away. We need another cast on stun. I don't know what I did with it. We weren't using it in the other build. I do like this skill a lot, but it's converted to chaos, so it's not necessary. Yeah, all right. We need to swap this one back in. All right, so that's all those swaps. Gems. Go. Not 23, but it'll work. All right, so we'll grab the Mage Blood really fast. I want to farm a Mage Blood, honestly. A second one. I actually want to drop it like organically. The only problem I have here is don't have Mage Blood flasks. And I don't have a lot of time left in the stream. But which ones do we rock? Because we can just move. We can move this over for now and this over for now, because this gives us two of the things we're missing. We can also rock the Cinder Swallow while we're at it. Oh, we just need to get two other flasks, it looks like. But that doesn't really fuck us, Rez's was. Should be fine once we start putting this stuff on. Alright, and we just need to find a Sapphire and a Topaz. And what are we missing? We need life regen. An effective curse. Oh, Sapphire. Do a count. We're looking for reduced effect of curses during effect. And the other one is we'll just look to see if it has it or not. Because if it has an open suffix or it already has it on it. Alright, so suffix empty suffix, or if it has of life per second during effect. So if it has one of those and it has the increased effect. Increased effect, reduce. Yeah, so this one's pretty cheap. I feel like we need this to be at least
55 maybe? Like this one's fine. 20C for this is reasonable. Or Topaz. Oh, we wanted the other one too, or we leech, right? But these are 20C without the craft. Do we need Curse Immune? I think we need Curse Immune, honestly. I wonder how much Curse Immune we need with increased. Like, can we make do with 50? I feel like we'd be like 99% reduced effective curses or how much would this cost us? 49 for 52. 90 for 52. How much would a topaz cost us? I think I need one of these. I don't like this one. Like, I don't mind it being corrupted, but like it's 50. This is 51. I feel like I don't know, maybe we just get a topaz with reduced effective curses. I feel like with 90% or 95% or whatever we're gonna get, so it's like 60 something plus 25. It's like 90%. So 90 times whatever this is. What do we need to hit 100%? So if we need 100, we times it by 0.9. Well, that's dumb. Okay, yeah. So it's like divided by 9? No, that's not right. Well, I mean, I know if we did like 55 times 1.9, like it would give us 104. So 55 is wrong. I just don't know what the math is to do it the other way. If we did like 52 times 1.9, that's like 53. Yeah, 53. We need exactly 53. So this is more than enough. This is more than enough. So basically 100C or 100C. Okay. I'll just do topaz. We'll buy this for 99. And then we'll do sapphire. And this is 26. I mean, that's fine.
Doubt even I could
Okay.
know.
So that should sort those. Like I said, I am missing the one that I really wanted, which is damage leached. Which, if I can drop the ignite chance, it would help. But this is what it is. 70%. That's huge. That puts us to 95%, which is huge. All right, so we're not trying to like juice these to like min max, but all right. Let us do. I don't need to do anything else to him, right? I don't think I need to do anything else to him. All right. So what are we looking at? Should have this, and then we should be able to remove
Nothing is.
'Cause we have, yeah, corrupted blood immunity. We have bleed immunity from this. We should be able to respec this. This. Still be 90. Oh, we're off by 1? No! Stop this. Huh. It's kind of annoying. I don't want to say it's because we didn't hit 70, but this one did, and it still doesn't have it. So, off by 1. Interesting. Not really that worried about it. I guess whatever. Is best we're gonna get. We can now. We could definitely do the hubris if we wanted. Do we need? We don't. So we can actually drop that.
You don't know what you don't know now, do you?
Do we need this one? This one? We don't. Need the 2 dex ones. We don't need the ent. Alright, so that is the okay, so we also need to get rid of these. That's 400,000. That's cool. Alright, and then we put on this. And then should be that. Alright, so we have 11 points to work with here. So I kind of want to pick up these first. We get more life. This is all sorted. That's all sorted. Sorted. Block's fine. Okay, I want to change these to this. Maybe that's a tomorrow thing. You have an extra 6 life there. I want life because the more life pool we have, the less likely we are to get one tapped. I think everything else is kind of set the way it's going to be. We could take one of these, but I'm thinking we just go Ellie. Oh, I mean, do we just go Ellie and go cluster with our 7 points? Or do we come over here for more life and fire nodes? Like this fire node's really good as well. It's only 12 fire multi. Like a decent multi. It's like what, 22 fire multi, but it's like we have to take this point, which it makes us a. Oh, we can take this point and switch it to here, I guess. No, we can't because both of these are needed. We can't really take any of those out. I'm not opposed to getting this, but I just feel like if we're here, this is better. If we're here, this is better. Like 1 point in going this way, it's like 14. And regen. Kind of feel like a cluster is where we want to be. Because we get 1 socket from it, and then we get 2 things. So if we were to get like a really good like Burning Bright, widespread with like something else. So it's gonna be expensive, but Burning Bright, widespread. I don't remember what ones are good for it. I want to say it's like cremation or something. I don't remember. I mean, prismatic, I think, is an okay one. What does this look like? Oh. No, it's in the front. We want widespread in the. Actually, do we want widespread in the back? I think we do, because this is 30% and all res. I don't think it's necessary to get all res, but this is good. Burning, like 25 burn damage, area damage. Maybe we don't need this. It's like we would basically be doing this, and this. Right? But if we didn't do this, we could do voices and do like maybe 3. You know what? Oh, max. I was in the wrong side. Okay. So those are, so we'd have to farm these. But we can start with a 5. And like a 5 would be, so it costs us 1, 2, 3, 4. So we'd only be able to get 1 out of that. That kind of sucks. I feel like 1 jewel isn't really worth it because we could just do 3 points for a jewel, right? It's like with 3 points for jewel stuff, 4 points left. Like we can just pick up this like wheel here, or like area and fire damage. Fire damage isn't great, but it's something. And if it came to here, that's 3. That's like 3 more points here. And then you can just take like a fire wheel and work our way up to the fire damage node. I mean, when we do this, we'll be able to refund like 2 more points. 1 will go here, and we have 1 free point. Yeah, I would like to do a cluster. I'd like to, if I could, obviously afford a 1 passive one. That'd be insane. Or farm one up. Like, if I can get this character set up for Sims, that's kind of why I was thinking like Chaos would be cool, because I could set him up for Sims and I wouldn't get stuck on Crosus because I'd be doing Chaos damage. I'd be bypassing for Chaos. I don't think this character can do Sims. I don't think he has enough damage to kill Crosus, especially without pops. Like, he's not getting big, massive pops. He doesn't have. If it's just Crosus, there's nothing to like do extra base damage. I don't know what to do with these points. Like, we got like Ellie, and then like Ellie. Like that's an option. That's 4 points there. Which leaves us with like 3 left, and like we can do like these 3 here. Like maybe we just do that and just call it a day. Maybe level a little bit more. Maybe we just do that. Fuck it. Just give us a raw damage for now. Let's see how bad this is. Let's see how bad this is. All right. I don't think we missed anything, but we'll see.
You die rather well.
So this is gonna be a different test because we're not rocking the beyond.
There's not as many random mobs spawning.
You there? A moment of your time. I have the coordinates.
But like, what do you think? Like, does this look better for mapping? Because like RF itself is doing 32,000 without like really any supports or anything. Like we could take it a step further and actually give it some supports. You know, we can drop a couple of our like skills. Bladefall even trigger? I don't see Bladefall. Oh, it's Blade Blast. I put the wrong one in. That's why. Yeah, I don't have the helmet. And like I said, the helmet currently is fire damage recouped as life and fizz damage taken as fire. It's more of like a defensive helmet than it is an offensive helmet. Like I'm not trying to get to like a million, like crazy high end damage, right? I want it to be able to do these, right? And I want it to have okay map clear. It doesn't have to have insane map clear. It just needs to be able to crush these and be able to make its way through the maps faster than 30-minute clears, right? Because the other way is just really fucking slow. I also need to fix the Blade Blast. This is the one I'm curious on. It's this Blood Altar that fucks me every time. But like, let's look at our regen right now is 1k with RF active. Not doing too terrible. But you see it? Oh, you see the scariness coming in? I'm not hitting much. So you start seeing the scariness of my HP draining. So if I'm fighting a mob pack that is like refusing to hit me, you can see where the scariness kind of comes in. So what I'm wondering is what if we got rid of Detonate Dead? I'm not a huge fan of it, right? Take off Detonate Dead, and I'm not a huge fan. I don't know how good of damage Flame Surge is. We're about to die. Woo! That was scary. Bro, this degen is crazy. Now, if I walk out of the degen, I'm fine. But this is the specific mod that I'm working on trying to survive. If I want a full AFK, this is the degen I'm trying to like counter, right? Almost every other mod I can do. I just want to counter this degen mod. And this is like just a basic bitch tower too. Not like a high, you see what I mean? Like I'm just not healing enough. I'm not healing nearly enough. Like yeah, if RF wasn't on, maybe I'd be fine. But this tower is ridiculous. It's like that's the only mod I can't do. But I'm thinking is like we take off Detonate Dead. Maybe Flame Surge comes off too. Maybe Flame Surge just doesn't feel good. Like maybe it's just not doing a whole lot. But I definitely want to keep Wave of Conviction. Maybe we take off Flame Wall as well. Like Flame Wall is extra damage, but it's mostly for projectiles going through it, is it not? But what I'm thinking is like maybe we just 6-link our RF and our chest piece. I mean, maybe not 6-link. Because in order to 6-link it, we would need life tap.
and we'd have to life tap something else, which would take like 2 extra sockets to make it work. But wave clear wise though, it seems better. Like overall wise, it seems relatively better with 30k RF damage. Like I said, if I up the RF damage a little bit, because it's not relying solely on being hit, right? It still like requires me to get hit, but you see how they're dying before I get hit? By the time I get hit and it triggers, they're already partially dead. But I did put the wrong spell on. I want Blade Fall, not Blade Blast. I put on Blade Blast. That's not gonna work. So Blade Fall, so we can try and do Chance to Bleed. We only have 25% chance to bleed. So we need to hit often to get our bleeds on. The bleeds is what's going to give us our pops. Do you know if we can still make a breach portal scroll? But anyway, yeah, so I'm thinking like maybe we remove this. Obviously Immolate wouldn't work anymore. Put this somewhere else. Get rid of this. Maybe we just leave cast on stun here because we're not gonna be able to 6-link anyway. Yeah, so you used to be able to corrupt the portal gem and make a breach gem. It was pretty sick. Maybe this actually stays to do damage. Where's RF? And we just like 3-link it? Oh, they removed breach gem? Okay. So what do we put in here then? Because we have one open slot, it looks like. So we can keep Flame Wall. Fine. And we can keep Immolate? Or Surge? Maybe? And then all we do is just add in like 2 gems here for damage for RF. Like I said, RF was just 30k. Now it's 44k just with burn damage. And then gems. Yeah, we can do like efficacy here. And elemental focus. We're not having elemental focus? What happened to my LA focus? Jesus Christ. All right. Oh, can't inflict elemental ailment, which is fine for RF. Do we rock Ellie at that point? What else can we rock in RF? No, there's more. I'm drawing a blank right now. Because we got efficacy already. I know elemental focus works. This one doesn't work, I'm pretty sure. I know area and conk work. Yeah, I mean, I was gonna do focus, but I have Wave of Conviction in here. And I feel like that one should
probably swap. I wanted it to do more damage, but if it can't inflict ignites, I felt like maybe swapping it would be better. Well, I have burn and I have focus or efficacy. I was gonna put focus, but since it and RF is fine if it has focus, but the other skill, I was worried about Wave of Conviction not being able to apply elemental ailments. But maybe it's just fine. Maybe fuck it and just put it in anyway. Guys, we're just trying it out at this point. Like we went from like 30 something K RF damage to 74K. So I mean we doubled our RF damage at this point. I just looking at Dene Dead just doesn't feel good to me. You see that point? Like that was a very big delay, right? I stood there for a very long time before I finally took a hit and triggered any spells. And this is like that was the part that was driving me nuts about this build for mapping. I would literally just walk up and I'd stand there and I'd stand there and I'd stand there and I'd stand there and I'd be like, "Are you gonna fucking hit me eventually?" And then finally they'd hit me and I'd finally trigger some skills and then everything would just fucking die. But it was like I was standing there for so long. And like, I don't know, that's why I wanted to add RF to it. I wanted to find a way to get some sort of consistent damage. Right? Just something where I can just stand here and just have consistent, non-stop damage. Even if it's not like super high tier like damage, just something that just allows for me to do some damage to white mobs and to clear some of the mobs or get them low enough to where with skill triggers they just die. I like 90% reduced recovery and this blood altar. Like I need to avoid the blood altar and the reduced recovery. Like both of those are just bad mods, especially combos. They're just fucking terrible. I think I can handle the 10% damage mod one. It's like a fizz damage over time by 10%. It gives you a flat 10% degen, basically. That one I think we can handle, and the elemental one I think we can handle because we have such high resistances. But like I said, if we switch over to Grueling Gauntlet, this is where like the problem comes in. Is like if we hit one of those mods, we're fucked. We end up just going next, right? And that's fine at the end of the day. It's just annoying because I hit those mods so much, which is why I took Grueling Gauntlet off, because I was failing so many ultis, and the ones that I weren't failing I was giving up on wave 5. So it was like not even worth having Grueling Gauntlet because I couldn't even make it to wave 10, let alone to 11 plus. So I took it off because at least this way I can get to wave 10 almost every single time. Yeah, this one here, I think this one's fine. 15% of max life. But it's, oh, maybe not. Maybe not. I don't have enough regen for that. If I'm hitting, I'm fine. But if I'm not hitting, that fucking hurts. I was mistaken. I was extremely mistaken because I thought the elemental damage reduction from my reses would have been more than enough. I was wrong. Yeah, you can see the chunks coming in every once in a while. If you pay attention to these big HP mobs, you can see the chunks where a small mob dies and explodes. Like you see how you just watch this character's HP. Just
chunk. And then it's gonna chunk.
Junk. Like, you can see the pops come in. Pops come in and they look good. They're not insane because they're fizz based, but they're not too terrible either. So the question is, do you think we get a RF helmet and get rid of the fizz taken as fire and the fire leash as life? Do we get rid of that and just get an RF helmet at this point? And juice our RF to like 150k? Maybe even 200 plus? Like, do you think that would just be better? Because I feel like at that point, that kind of fixes our mapping problem. Like, completely. I'm about to get off in a second here, Pip. I gotta go to the parents, the wife's parents' house, take care of the animals. Today is the last day. I gotta do it. So we can get back to doing our workouts and stuff like that. I feel like the amount of survivability we're getting from the implicit on the helmet probably isn't necessary, right? So maybe get it, like taking my RF helmet from my other character and putting it on and just seeing how it feels would be worth it. Because like I said, right now we're sitting at almost 90k deeps, right? 90k deeps, it's respectable. You can see it kills things okay. The blues are a little slow, but I feel like if we get an RF helmet, like we just basically just plop this one in, right? It's not even a good one. It's just area effect, LE damage, and plus the socket of gems and area effect. It's not a good helmet. By any means is it a good helmet. I definitely need a better one for my character, but we're going to lose reses. A curious question is it bad? I don't think it'll be a problem. It's mostly about the chaos res we're about to lose. Because we're only at 36 chaos res. Yeah, we're at 4 chaos res. 4 chaos res? That sounds terrifying. Alright, so let's take off Righteous Fire. The only downside to this setup is I'll have to actually manually cast it, which, I mean, that's not a big deal at the end of the day. Then we could 6-link these skills. The Frostbomb does not need to be 6-linked. Purifying Flame. We save a cast on stun. Flame Wall can go in here. Frostbomb can go over here. I feel like this is better. Like, not by much, but it's better. And now we're at 100k, so we got like what, 12k damage increase, not counting like when we actually get into the map. We will swap out the Righteous Fires though. Let's try this again. All right, last map. We'll tinker more. I'm gonna tinker more over the weekend and next week when we come back. Like I said, I'm not trying to make an end-all be-all kind of character. I'm trying to make a character that suits me, right? Like we've talked about it 1,000 times. It's about what suits my character, what my needs, what I want to do, what I enjoy doing, how I enjoy playing. That's the goal.
Fire, ignite, resist. I mean, he's taking some decent damage for being fire immune. Not too terrible. Yeah, the RF feels a little better. I think if we get a better RF helmet, because like right now we're only at like 101 damage. I think if we get a slightly better helmet, so instead of it being 16 to area effect, we got a conk plus area plus burning combination. That means we can drop this. We can keep LA focus and efficacy. I don't know what else we'd put in there. Would combustion be a good one? Or would combustion even work with it? Because in order to add Swift Affliction, it needs to have life tap. Since we're not adding life tap, I don't know what else to put in. These are the mobs that I hate. These are the mobs that consistently run from you and don't hit you. So you kill a few that do hit you, and then the ones that refuse to hit you just run around and don't attack you, and you don't have anything to kill. You have to chase them. And this is one of the reasons why I want to have RF. Is for situations like this, I can actually walk around and chase these mobs and do some damage to them. At least the ring's smaller, but keep them in a radius. Yeah, maybe we get a slightly better helmet. Essence crafted, triples, socketed gems are supported by. That'd be pretty insane. Maybe we can push our damage to 200k. If we could push the damage to 200k, I think that would be kind of nutty. But I feel like in order to do that, we gotta just juice our HP. Because right now we're only at 5k HP. We can get up to like 7,000 or 8,000 HP. Which I feel like what we could do. So this is where we were torn. So I think we could drop the fizz damage taken as fire. And we can replace the vestigial with a different vestigial. We can either do doppelganger for 5% more regen. Which I don't think is a bad idea. Getting our regen up a little higher for sustain on some of these degen maps and stuff, or like some of these degen options from if we were to go to grueling or whatever. Or we could do what's the other one? Just lost my train of thought. I lost my train of thought. I had it, and then I started talking about the first one, and then I forgot the second one. I have to remember later. Yeah. Oh, the doppelganger. Right, doppelganger for the regen, or what was the other one? Oh, or like the Combs Heart version for 400 max life. 400 max life would be pretty huge for us, because it would give us more survivability, but it would also give us more damage with RF. Like I said, having a bigger life pool to work with means our one hits. Because the only thing that I truly die to is one hits. And degen. Oh god, and degen. Obviously, I was about to say degen. The degen. This fire on the ground degen just fucking killed us. Anyway, so that's really all we died to is degen on the ground. So if we go into a grueling thing and we have, why are we? Oh, I took recovery rate per endurance charge. Rip. I didn't realize I took that one. Okay, so that's why we died. So it's reduced regen and degen. There's the two main things that we're struggle busing on. So that's why I'm kind of like, I'm on the fence of which one I want to do. Because one would be just straight regen, right? Regen to counter it, to make it, to counter the degens and stuff. And then reduce regen doesn't help us all that much because it just kind of cucks us in general because we're trying to focus on getting regen because we have degen. So I don't know. That's why I'm kind of torn on the two. But I mean, I'm liking the idea of like 5% regen. But 400 life, like I'd have to tinker with it. I think I'll tinker with it off stream, like I said, kind of decide because they're both respectably expensive. So we got max life. As an implicit, right? On a brass stone is not that cheap. Oh, it's cheaper than I thought. I'd have to 6 link it, which is totally acceptable. But it's only 200. I thought it was 400, but it's 200. 200 max life, pretty respectable. It's pretty good chunky amount of HP. If we scale more HP, I kind of really want to try and squeeze in like an Adorns and a couple other jewels into our build. So that's some work I want to get in there. But the other option, like I said, is the doppelganger. While sane. Okay. 26. So 5% regen or 200 flat life. I'd have to see which one technically feels better. But that's what I'm leaning towards. I'm gonna check those out. I don't think I can get like a vestigial relic Hesh. Is there a vestigial button? Crucible, forge, foil, stack. Vestigial. Yes. And I don't know if these can be. They can. Ooh, we have options, boys. We have options. They're expensive as all ball sacks, but we have options. Oh, we have options. Oh, baby, we have options. This is expensive. I'm gonna lose my life in this. Okay. So we have an option here. We have an option here. I think that's all our options because these are restricted drops and we're not running one in the helmet. We can't do the rings or anything. So I think we try and figure out vestigials for these. I'd like to see if we can drop the ignite. And obviously I want to swap this out with a Progenesis Flask eventually, but this is just for now. We'll rock this. I think we're okay. I need to swap the. Okay, we'll do more of this on off stream, and we'll come back on Monday and Tuesday. We'll see where we ended up, and we'll talk about it. But I'm liking the direction of the character. I don't like that we had to swap again, but I'm okay with it because trial and error, right? Trial and error. All right, so we'll swap this over. We'll put these in here. These are our like stuff that we were using, but at the same time, it's like don't need them anymore. We'll have to be swapping the mage blood back and forth, and these 3 flasks. Just buy another one of these and probably make whatever. We'll just make more. All right. Anyway, rambling too much. I need to get out of here. I need to go take care of the dogs. We will be back on Monday and Tuesday. If you guys haven't joined Discord and want to join Discord, feel free. The only thing I ask, don't be a dick. If you have any gaming questions, ever need help, want to share something, show something off, or help somebody else out, feel free to chime in at any time. If you haven't checked out the VOD channel, I'd appreciate that as well. If you ever need to reach me off stream, just add me in the Discord at any time. But I appreciate you. I hope you guys had a good time in the stream. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Hope your weekend is nice and fun. And like I said, if you need me, hit me up in the Discord and check out the VOD channel. If you ever miss a stream, want to rewatch a stream, best place to do it is over there. And any support you guys give us over there, I'd appreciate. And we'll talk to you guys on Monday. Bye, 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 bye. Thank you, thank you, thank you. See you, see you, see you. Thanks for being here, Jukas. Thanks for the sounding board to let me bounce some ideas off of you and take some criticism and stuff. But I appreciate you guys. Have a good one, Fit. See you. Bye.